There we go. Doing pretty good, Joanna. One thing I've learned in life is always be something new to experience. There'll always be something new going on in the world. A lot of people wonder, and I tend to become aware of things. Things will play out as they play out, and I see the world getting better. Hell, if you ask me, the world could be burning down, and I'm going to be having a party. I'm going to be doing my kind of jam, because that's what I do. If I can't avoid it, if I can't get away from it, I'm gonna go down with the ship. I don't know what else to say. I knew one individual early in my path, and he had this saying that if he learned everything he ever learned was wrong, then he would completely go back to ground zero and completely just get rid of everything. Cult, just everything, just throw it out the window. And I was like, miracles, sensations, realities, and you throw all that away? And he did. He actually did. I know how to back out of something when it don't look as good as I thought it did. And I know how to endure through what I want to create in this world. And everything else is another situation. Thank goodness for the world of humanity and the solutions they have to remedy certain problems or be able to help people. I think that's the biggest thing we can do is help people in whatever capacity that we have the ability to do so in. That's pretty significant. Purple bunny rabbit. Sure, let's do. Are you still here, purple bunny rabbit? If you are, I will do a reading for you. All right. I remember you yesterday, and I thought about it and stuff, and I looked for you after the jam in the morning. I was like, oh, well. I was like, boom, I'm keeping an eye out this morning. And boom, I saw your name. Let's do it. Oh, that's great. You fell asleep. Actually, I believe that the jam, when I go over those ancient words, I believe that the soul is strongest uh, when one is in a meditative state, and sleep is the biggest meditative sleep anybody could be in, as far as I'm concerned. So that's groovy. That's groovy to hear. that happens, and I've had some comments in the past from people that they said they were able to go to sleep to my voice pretty easily, and I'm like, hey, I'll take it, man. Story time. That's what I wanted to do with my life, really. I wanted to. I heard about the old people who would tell stories, and I could just imagine one dude up there, and he's got no paper, no nothing. He's going on for an hour or something. You know, like the plays and whatnot today, and I was just, I don't know. I was fascinated in that regard. I I start getting to bed around 5 or 6 p.m. now. Seven's kind of pushing it because I'm trying to wake up earlier and earlier. I want to do what I can to be nice and spry and everything ready. And be ready myself. I started live a few times. Didn't have all my ducks in a row, but I quickly did. I've got the three decks I have here is an angel deck, a old cartomancy deck that goes back to the medieval times, and an Egyptian deck that goes back to the Egyptian. It's not none of these decks go to the red or white style. They have their own unique pieces here. All right. So this is going to be a little bit of a reading here. Got a few details to share, a few cards to read. I got a lot of systems here, so I do read from the books. Alright, so the first card we have here is the Eight of Bells. And the Eight of Bells is searching for balance through rationality, material help, and close friendships. Take a closer look at the world of your emotions. Give up control. You are free from financial structures. Now in the next row we have 3 cards. So these 3 events, they wind up occurring in the same kind of timeline, the same kind of situation or whatnot. But upon your journey, we start out with the 9 of Leaves. And this brings out enormous pressure and stress, an inevitable event. It's not a rosy situation. Problems and adversities await you. No matter what your intentions are, you'll have to grin and bear it. I've been in these situations. I'm going to go down to the bottom, which is the, yep, there we go. This would be the Ace of Leaves here at the bottom. It announces important news, a change of course, the end of a cycle, the beginning of a new chapter in life. Arm yourself with patience, skill, and goodwill. They will be essential for your balance and the building of your journey. Patience, skill, and goodwill are those 3 attributes it's bringing out. And then we have at the 7 of Leaves at the top. And this one brings out, pay attention to bonds and attachments that distract you from personal pursuits. You should take a good in-depth look at your inner feelings. Carefully review your priorities. So your journey's gonna kick off, whether it has or it will, one or the other. Pressures are gonna surmount. Don't forget about all your goodwill, your good traits at your heart, your patience. And then, as the first card indicated, be aware of those who you're surrounding yourself with, because this is going to have an impact on your journey. Those pressures, they're not coming from yourself, they're coming from people. That's your environment. You have the ability to change your environment. An animal, a bird, a butterfly, without being able to pack a bag, they can get up and move and find a new place and build a home. You are capable of much. As long as you continue, this is going to come all together here. And the next one we have is the Warrior of Cups on this one next. It means that a projected marriage will not take place and that there will be lots of troubles of all kinds on account of women. This comes back to associations. Things may need to be evaluated. Certain things, maybe not perhaps a legit marriage, but a united force with somebody else could have happened. A reevaluation looking at that. Who's in the group? Jealousy, people that are looking upon yourself, what you have, what you've attained, what you've done, wrong ideas, close friends. Look at who you're hanging out with. It's really going to matter. You might need to separate some bonds, but as that ship was in the beginning, as it's saying to continue in your good pursuits and keep your good friends close and make sure the bad ones go away, right? Continue in that steady progress. That's the next card, steady progress. You've been having steady progress. You wind up meeting adversities. You meet challenges. Sometimes they're personal. Sometimes they're friends. Your things align. I'm going to go ahead and read it. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory and says it on the card. But again, I like reading from the authors. I like seeing what the authors have to say. I think that's big. Anyways, and so continue in your steady progress that you've been having. Regardless of one individual, this has been a journey you've been on for a while, and the person that's involved or the people around, they've wanted a part on your journey, but do they really fit for where you're going? We acknowledge you for the progress you've made in remembering love in your daily activities. We can clearly see the contribution you're making to the world through your thoughts, feelings, and actions of love. You drew this card as reassurance that you're making steady progress. You sometimes harshly compare yourself to others and feel that you should be farther ahead on your path by now. Yet look how far you've come, how many lessons you've learned, and how many people you've helped. Focus on your progress instead of expecting perfection from yourself. Each day, take at least one small action, one step concerning a project that you're passionate about. Some additional words on here is saying that you're on the correct path, even if it feels that you're moving slowly. Praise the light instead of cursing the darkness, and appreciate yourself. That's a big one. Appreciate yourself. Appreciate what you have done. That's been a key thing that I've had to do and look at myself. And we got one more card here as well. And this one is the Three of Scepters. Look, I didn't know the meanings of any of these cards, and this one went old school for me. I haven't done a reading in this fashion of cards in a while. And essentially, I pull all the cards, they jump out or drawn, whatever the case, and then they're pretty much jumbled up. And then I just place them as I'm guided to place them, and not where I want them, but where I'm guided to place them. And then, anyways, this last card, the Three Scepters, this brings out these three scepters arranged in a triangle means that you will be endowed with inevitable genius and will succeed in life on that account. So continually be aware of your environment. As I mentioned to others, be aware of those who are close to you. Just because there's someone super duper close doesn't necessarily mean that they got your best interest at heart, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the path for you to go on. And so that doesn't mean that they're a bad person or should be fought or yelled against or anything like that. But yeah, when it's time to diverge paths, at least for myself, I like to get a couple going away gifts or say goodbyes or something. I don't know. Sometimes that ain't in the cards, so I just move on with things. And people were like, what? And I'm like, isn't that called ghosting? Right? Ghosting. That's when the fuck happened. Where'd they go? They ghosted. They go. Anyways, there's a couple spots I've felt it in my chest, literally right where I read. You said honestly, kind of emotional. I literally felt my heart kind of pop out. There was one of the cards I wanted to start, but no, it's all good. Absolutely, that's a wonderful thing. Um, yeah, it's really interesting how I wind up doing readings, and I don't need to hear a question. We don't need to talk about nothing personal. I can just read the cards and people get it. And I guess I got to give a big thanks here to working at that metaphysical shop that I worked at for a while, because I was able to do readings for people, and I'd see where they wanted to say stuff. And sometimes I'd kind of see if they'd share, and sometimes not. And when the spirit hits stuff on the mark, people get pretty silent because there's not another comment to say except, the fuck just happened? Damn, that was okay. I felt. So I love being part of these moments. This is, somebody asked a while ago. They said, "What's the reward for you in this?" Shit, moments like that. Moments like that. That's me. Thank you. Very welcome as well. Namaste. What's up, Paul Welsh? You doing good, doing good. Purple Bunny Rabbit, I found that the reason why I don't dream, there can be times when I do have memory of my astral travels, and I've learned a reality. If your astral body comes back to your human fleshly body with the memory, then anybody who was tracking you, following you, remote viewing you, they could pull back all the meanings too. Or they could pull back all the memories too. They could know everything you done. But if the host source doesn't come back with the memory itself, then nobody else can view it. And that comes down to the Egyptian striped sash that they wore. It was just a basic striped sash in the beginning, then it got all more elaborate. They lost the meaning of it. But it was that I know I live two different lives. I know that I have an astral life. I know that my spirit life is real, quantumly, however you want to look at it and explain it out. But that aspect of being allows me to work in time and energy in where it really is. And that's not here. That is vibratory and bounces back into the realm of light, the speed of light, and then we can see it and view it and measure it. It's a trickle effect back. So I've learned to pay attention to those omens and those signs on my journey. Other people aren't going to get it, and that's fine. They don't need to. Other people are going to get it, but it was for their own journey of what they saw. I'm not going to see exactly the same thing. I can confirm what they saw because of things I've seen and be like, yeah, that shit's real, it happens. But generally, when somebody sees something, that was for their eyes. That was for their moment of contact. And you could say contact with telepathic contact. You could say remote viewing contact. You could say astral contact. You could say ET contact. You could say contact with however you want to say contact. But there's definitely wonderful energies in the world in which we connect with each other, and that's what I'm talking about. Really, is connecting with each other, and that brings in a whole bunch of solutions and miracles, problems we never thought we could do. Projection's an interesting thing. When we talk about projection, generally speaking, at least within my mind, I think of putting myself onto somebody else. And I do this. I was talking with somebody yesterday, and gosh, in the moment I can't remember the specifics, but I do that. I project goodness, I project innocence, I project other aspects onto people that I know aren't them. And that's when I'm like, oh, you're doing that again. Ah, and that's something to keep up with thyself, most indeed. There's another aspect of true observance and science, legitimate study, research, looking into. And when confirmation and affirmation wind up happening and science is involved in it, and they are quite literally proving that we can project a image into the future and literally manifest it. So with the correct things in line, we can more than just falsely put some pretense on somebody that they're not, and we can create our future each and every day. And that means we can do certain things to encourage, elevate, connect, and all sorts of the other, in which we each feel. And for those who deny, well, there's plenty of person who will deny. go, Purple Bunny Rabbit. Like, okay, I'll share something kind of personal. It's kind of funny. I was even thinking about it this morning. Thank you for that. I appreciate that comment. Because I do enjoy drinking out of this mug and I take it with me a lot. And I have in the past. I've used it and whatnot. It's amazing. It survives. Knock on wood. I got a wooden bracelet here. Knock on some wood. But I got this other coffee cup and it's got the rooster on it. And it's like, it's made, it's not going to degrade or whatever it is. The glaze is pretty darn good. It's 50 new and whatnot. And I'm like, I like it better there. But then I was like, people tend to like this mug a whole lot. Yeah, I get a lot of compliments on this mug. People seem to like this mug. And I'm like, I guess it goes with my character. So I still got some orange juice in there. So I don't feel like adding orange juice flavor to my coffee. But that's something I'll utilize just to change your behavior. Sometimes we just need a little encouragement from somebody to be like, that would be a good idea. All right, it sounds about right. Yeah, and like what was passing through my head right away was like, that doesn't mean invalidate the mug, doesn't make it useless. Use it for cold drinks, pretty good. Hot's different. Hot's degrading and stuff. It's eating away at stuff, handmade stuff especially. And so yeah, I totally get that, and I can bounce with that. I can jump with that. I like that. All right, it seems like we are past our time, so we're gonna get started with the ceremony here, with the jam, with the blessings. Um, thanks, Purple Bunny Rabbit. Um, I'm gonna put this in here. I have written a book. It is published. You can buy it on Amazon.com. It's the same name that my channel's called. It's the same as my email, etc. is the word. But if you want to shoot me an email, I'll send you a free PDF copy. Has a lot of tips and tricks on how to be able to utilize things you already know and do to be able to get a foot upon in this world day to day. The person that asked Tyler before we get started, on the goal on the it's brass on a technicality, and it has the Chinese zodiac on it. And I'm not going to move it in the moment because I'm about to start the ceremony right here, right now. Ba ba. Though though behind it is um, the sun disk, and it's surrounded by a black ring on the top of the head of Ra. Boom, boom. And it has white stars within the black ring. And what's set up on this brass, like tea tray or whatnot, or tray or whatnot, pan, at the edges is the Chinese zodiac, different embodiments. So I thought I saw how that literally fit pretty much the same size, just that it's a little bit bigger on the drawing out of it. But I saw how that fit the spot, and I was like, that's what the stars represent. That's what it represents. It's the sun and the zodiac. It's the whole constellations going around. It's the cycles. That's what's at the top of his head. That's everything. That's what he's considering. If he's considering something, he's considering the cycles, the sun, the solar force, all of these different types of energies, and that's how you can be able to make a good call for the future, for the present. Anyways, thanks for asking. For those who have been present or in the past or have not been present in the past, whatever the case, for those who have not been present in the past, if you want to connect with this blessing, it does go on for about an hour and a half plus minus hour and a half plus, and I should say. And if you close your eyes, it's a nice connection with peace. Well, these are all blessings in other languages from around the world, and in that mannerism, they're nothing is a curse, nothing is a bad thing. They're all complete blessings, acknowledging different divine energies, acknowledging different powers, and truly asking for them for their blessings in whatever case they can add into our life if they would choose to. It's nothing saying, "Oh, you must do this. You're here before me now." Rawr. Nothing like that's going on here. They're just complete blessings, and there's one portion. Um, Anyways, I'm gonna leave it there. And otherwise, enjoy. Much love, many blessings. circle now we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, Sumer circle, blessed be sky and sun and sea and earth. Teach us, give our wisdom birth, sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boughs and cause having throngs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwenvile, fight the blight this be dark and night in our right. Zikia Kampazi, Anakampazi, Ngetikia Kampazi, Nyatanakamba. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosis Yowe was on Putura, I had Hiroa, Shahan, Susarkai, Korikotisheni was Maha, Rasuki, said the stalls, I picked the two, would you sharpness and Amen. Bashiramataya Suwakum Bashamanataya Swar Nunanina no Nuranina Nunanina Nonan Dumong Shungshin Shong Wanishanayan Taria Suwakum Mishanaya Yantrayas Vaha Wing onde trashita para tonos wagon de trashi atraji varanas vaha ruradi 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 rurada kringomon tong chong kring fong hong chong ching shong on haya bishara matayas wagon haya bashaman hayas vaha azza kringom hong fong onamakusanam mandanam namaha samanta bashanam hamaha who haya rurada kringom kong Nangai Maria Swakum Nangia Yamayas Baha E Wawi Shring on Konging Kong on he host at Apatai Swakum Jorti Hitch and Dogi Jipatis Baha Nunanina no Nunamina Kring on Pong on Cherry Chipatri Swakum Shisha Varatayas Baha Onaba Pashanos, Warco Manakati, Buba Bibo Bear, Bort Bear, Bort Bo Bear, Ronkamen, Frenos is a kill way was some before at a head Hirusha, Hensus Fortification was Maha, Ratu set the tolls I did the two with Sharks and Asaramen. Para Shukushu, para Uruguay, Marcabol, Mamu, Alabo, Poco Gena, Rabo, Galana, Bareko, Saruba, Stanabala, Saruba, Preku, and Belulu, Moshanebu, Apoluna, Yubian, Campen, Belulu, Gol, Halahi, Godabi, Shubila, Gabolo, Gilmo, Marshall, Gores, Luma, Babo, Maru, Ragezi, Gigi, Magampra, Namru, Bakalamu, Zilkini, Vilanu, Shashamashana, Soronim, Barmaratu, Zizi, Mashinana, Aruna, Armanki, Dumutuku, Ratiki, Gulu, Sidor, Kilman, Gaikolo, Secret Go. Na Peru that Ere Nam Talaku Panuku Kutuku Kaku Mashkar Sana Sagari Mashti Shahdu Malaba Kakadagu Rorma Rata Korbo Marutuku Rakurius Sorulu Barmaskin Tutu Tetiku Ginu Gadanmakil Panuku Natalu Gadanmakil Panrabishu Soruli Munabana Tatu Sari Mashinkaranu Zulu Monan Robo Tibil Badi Nataramantu Tagatuku Mash Mashti Sori Mashano Gorso Gori Mashrosa Serapedico Parazukan Palu Karap the Bora Hibo Erkingu Baradi Muaru Kakudamu Ninuam Gashti. We are also Ronofras whom is found perfect before the Nethanumidep Kamayel Shenyu. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofras, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanum Depkameel Shen. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nethanum Depkameel Shen. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, the pillar, and Jed 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 to the salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as Tahuti. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni tu, Empress of the skies, Heavenly Queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinamikdon Ketrum loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Donatus will confirm. Lady Allset and Neb Allsot Happy, shining bright, support our Merkava, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkava to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkava protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likin Linus, Kiri Staxore, Pertu Martiku, Liturkni Ishli Bi, Alu Armesher, Gemeshalu, Science, Yamia, Rotu, Mujirsha. Isaiah, Riega, Riega, Biesha, Biesha, Jilica, Jilica, Dubira, Raka, Isaiah, Riega, Limutuku, Mukima, Kutri, Litili, Shami, Ina Zumbria, Isaiah, Ina Zumbria, Riega, Ina Zumbria, Biesha, Ina Zumbria, Zilica, Ina Zumbria, Dubira, Ina Zumbria, Raka, Ina Zumbria, Tatara, Ina Zumbria, Tatexi, Ina Zumbria, Takaruba, Ina Zumbria, Tasarnika, Nish, Mashkatulu, Tamtunu, Nish, and Kibel, Murilu, Tamtunu, Nish, Mashmashalani lu tamatunu ishkishpar kamikunu tamatunu inazumri ayulu tabrasama ya run en I barnanin neni ba perik ba gas baes agabaes ba agabaes bagar bor Bagabaes, Akabaes, Perik, Benim, Nenib, Baruneni, Ayayayat, Corbori, Rim, Rim, Bagore, Ki, Yaksakaki, Yasakuti, Kika, Saru, Kika, Tulu, Ya, Shrim, was rather Kanye, Rim was Baha, Shrim was rather Kanye, Rim was Baha. 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 And Shubamgi Gatsuki Shargiga Godash, Saramara Yarin Guru Kalamas Nikudin Karnena Guru Nakshan Kukayash Shukmur Kutu, Ziana Kampasi Kia Kampakalu Paranam Tabara, Shak Paraki Kimbara, Lord Bara Maskim Bara, Utu Para, Ipapara, Lalatu Bara, Lasubara, Koru Bara, Uru Bara, Kigolor Bara, Lutu Bara, Utu Soladin Nazu, Lala, Soladin Nazu, Gikim Soladin Nazu, Mula Soladin Nazu, Lingia, Nazu. Maskim Soladin Nazu Bare Adin Nazu Siana Kampazi Kampa Munisi Sigag Bare Nankish Sashurgish Nur Masha Sigar Barye Sigar Shur Barnai Si Sharmar Saganim Namzayen Dore Sharki Orku Parnku Dianam Dea Sarasavito Mandala Mandia Varti Nariana Saji Siri Sana Sani Vista Keorpan Makulu Kuru Ban Kariti Hari Haran Maya Babu Darsan Kakara Namaskaran Mantra Matra Yartama home, Ravari Gatama home, Suya Yartama home, Bana Bertama home, Kagari Gatama home, Pusnetama home, Ramayaran Barhari Yanamaha, Bari Karigatama home, Baria Yanamaha, Savita Nama home, Ramakarikanama home, Rapuskat Namaha, from Rosary for Sorry Yana Yarnamaha, Parasig Asias Namaskaria Nikwante Dene, Opressam Palam Viram Tesam Kazayarte. Krim Monkeru or Krim Pong Shamashaka Shapi Akashapi Epi Shamush Epishti Akimati Nor Kutushuli Limli Shuli Surubura Tuku Epita Shuru Kimamena Duinati Kili Tushunuli Mutuma Nakulu Blui Shunulini Shumanakulur Dini Shunuriti Shurmanakulu Tari Tatama Shaluti Sharkashati Sharushi Arkushu Shurpi Arti Shurpuyush Siningur Goko Shabakambang Bikara Gibilka Shumani and Rutu Station Rani Oriani Olimani Yarki Spari Yazi Yazin Garakampa and Yimaro Korsamitor Shabu Banana Shimtorina Haiki Spari Bagi Bil Bagiarazi Aga Kampa Kamandu Sharuyoni Kunushi Sharuyule La Kunushi Sharuyule Quiks Kunushi Sharuyule Si Kunushi Sharu Yule Ter Kunushi Sharuyule Kunushi Sharuyule Kunushi Sharuyule Katin Kunushi Sharuyu Danuari Kunulin Kutina Zumri Ali Taprasama Agamasaratu Vismasarati Sharmoshi Lipshuru Shishali Nuti Zizari Mayawani Rabuti Shimayara Bharati Tina Wati Linda Osi Kumoshi Awani Mushiti Yamasarati Masarati Baits Masaratu Bits Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Yaravarboli Shamashkori Yamasaratu Ziki Yakumpak Bargolo Meski Ashatabara Masaratu Kubara Vishnom Knemisnat Vertamahom Sam Kuberari Katamatu Mutav Kubera Debarkodo Taprum Privi Jatu Bumitevi Meton Dumutav Nusekeru Mediakina Netap the Sarantari Nakepta Sukoriete Teptesetners Morsiri Utusutra Tata Isanoami Sanari Yatnamha Umiam and Dryat Namhakops of Control Tejasator Nayamer Wobs of Nupsekis Ultronaum Sexenta Temtakis Wexaka or Dekat Naneka Bike Tagnak or Sar Tepsaruna Bek Mercola Kutulu Tata Laka Gunium Namagnar Yatnamha Umamia Maria Namaha Happy Yatmoma Tata to Tadaya Matan Happy Look Happy Sekisarunam Sexara Sektep Tekuwi Nekerte Ekari Cortana Nekte Mormatu Yanu Yanli Nariti Raksasong Samaraksasar Yatnamha Vampanunari Yatnamaha himself Aruna Valda Selmalari Yamatan himself himself Sekis Rian Saksaruna Pekmen Sepsanutu Nikupetera Mautundra Tesseting and a compositing Yakia Compasa Peo Biomium Vior Yatnamaha Morsiri Morkala Moru Mormatu Ziting and a compositing Yakia Kapau Tusutra Tata Kutu Tata Lakra as I to Takala Yarnu Yatli Yanki Sampeo Prim Brambar near Namahar the Pramaru Nambu Mahar Mutsaratu Saraya Merang Pranu Pakapram Kapra Kapra Kapar Kapru Kapar Kapru Nebim Kapra Shakaparam Peramra Molulu Azatuti Takala Nesrate Nabu Maha Jojo Tatayu Saramasafata may get to the Psakis Nebanaru Tepmesu Furniture Prim Prom Suyar Yartamaha Prim Stream Chandra Yartamaha Om Prim Stream Mangala Yartamaha Om Stream Bambur Yartamaha Om Hrim Brahmaspati Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samshana Yartamaha Om Hrim Rovertamaha Om Hrim Ketu Vertamaha Japkusum Sumkasham Kashya Payamaha Dayartim Tamurim Sarvapapagnam Pranatos Mindivakaram Dari Shankar Tushar Pon Kishur Vordana Vasam Papam Namami Shasharnam Somam Shambur Mokur Tabu Shartam Darani Karpasam Putam Vedu Karti Samaprapam Kumaram Shakti Astam Tamakalam Pranamamiam Priangu Kalaya Sharmam Perda Pratimam Burham Sumyam Sumya Ko Perham Tamburham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shernam Chakurum Kanchana Sanibam Puri Butam Petrukasham Tam Namami Priyaspati Himakutam Rina Labam Dejanam Baramam Kurum Sarvasasra Pravaktaram Parkapam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajam Chacharyam Matarna Sambutam Tam Namami Shaneswara Matakaryam Mahaviryam Chandradi Kavimartaram Samikil Korbasam Butam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Graha Mastakam Rorom Kam Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamamiham Om Brahmam Orari Tripanori Kari Parushashi Purmi Suraburasha Kurusha Shukra Shari Oraru Ketur Sarva Graha Suprabha Papa Tam Kurume Sharti Om Borbor Bospor Om Tata Vitor Banyam Berkudvasya Dirmani Yurno Prachadayar Om Tata Swaha Haryam Tata Swaha Nanasin Yanam Rasiti Asini Anana Basamangana Saya Kampa Magavati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nanasia Kampa Yamagia Kamagia Sagastena Yakulois Nabuguru Nabo Corios Morcorios Yastro Turianka Kuyas Yanabos Marcis Fornias Kanpasal Sakasher Talas Kanpa Nabos Ataratos Kanpa Yakashia Sash Yakakulo Marni Yashia Makali Bari Yagushia Yarnana Yartani Yashta Babacha Kareni Yaramilo Yachi Kanpa Inana Siarma Kampabi Sarma Kampaya Pechira Lurki Shamashudu 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 Yadur Yaya Zorlu Shisagamani Yatareti Atareti Atareti Partala Kamadi Yakapa sitting Yorudu Yakapa sitting Yorushtu Yakapa Sita Sierra Kuji Perro Kampaya Shaya Shakampa Yana Kormasabaru not Komasabaru not Komasabaru Yaran Korea Yarzian Kakampa Yarnga Yarngaria Yangia Yan Zian Kampaya Kantalamakia Tarakampa Marukumu Paru Marukumu Pro Marukumu Paru Sigaya Daria Garia Mapabor Desio Marutuku Yotuku Surim Sugurim Sarim Sagori Maksana Kasana Kampa Kuku Nini Pramano Yardu Yandara Yazi Bartu Balu Balku Bergeri Kubaga Kampa Belsia Sag Pasag Baron Noiseli Ganushu Yamagi Gapsuki Shagi Godash Saramara Yaringuru Kalamasani Kudingarni Naburi Nexon Kukari Ashumur Kutu Ujuvajana Vajani Precious so Mamshu Joshua Granatro Magoni Parani Devi Uvarti Prandiaranu Vratam Charasi Vishvahar de Devi Kari and Yai Namaha Karya Ni Mahamaria Mahamaria Mayoginya Deshwar Ningam Kupsur Tam Devi Parti Mekuruter Namaha Iserosor Starte de Kerte de Mertikari Ranagi Marni Turno Umbor Borboswaha Tasa Victor Barniam Borkudvasia dear me the union of Pranchunaya Ipsos Ipsos Kona Shanta Turo Rata Ro Tor Tora Haro Rato Abrahata Abra Ungong Gungang Gang Gang Ging Ging Gong Kong King Kong Mang Gong Hun Shring Kutong Gong Gong Tong Bang Om Shambhakamayo Shamasagum Timpus Divar Haramor Varu Kami Varbanatmu Yormo Sherier Tertamaha Rim Hum Chom 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 Haku Jerike Chom 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 Shrim Shrim Hum Shrim Chom 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 Kujerika Krom Chom Chom Hum Mamarea Griforana Kurwa Shikle Shukrai Yartnamaha Shum Shrim Him Vasame Dehi Sukraya Svaha Kring Kali Hum Svaha Sarva Vista Medehi Mehmahali Namaha Sangin Sho Shulang Dan Sun Shan Ting Sho Shu Wolang Tin Jun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Ram Merti Rame Manu Rame Sastur Ram Taturian Ram Nam Varnarne Venea Karya Namahoma Kanantaria Vera Mahe Vagratudari Ardi Armaitano Dali Prajna Vakratuna Makarya Soya Kori Sama Pravanor Koram Kurume Deva Sarva Korya Shusarvara Shri Guru Shrasu Rajnish Mane Mukuri Sura Varnura Uvarti Mocha Sujorda Kuporchar Burhi Tanu Janiki Sumiro Purani Kumur Borbuhi Viera Ho Mohe Rahu Kolesovic Ha Vikorje Hanuman Gan Gunsikarje Karpisti Loki Jargaram to Dudley Vatamanjan Prudra Papansur Namaha Vikram Pashrangi Mortini Morsumeti Kesanki Kachan Varan Verisu Besikan Kuno Kuji Kesa Hopoju Barshe Garage Kande Borchare Kusor Jason Korsubankusrin and Antish Pratama Jagvarnan Vigivan Kuniati Chaturam Kashkari Bekuator Parusari Tersinabikura Seram Lagansitaman Basia Sri Guru Sharon Rajnish Manemukure Surho Panora Parti Maja Sujoda Gupor Chorpurhi Talu Janiki Sumiro Papankumor Borburhi Yedu Mohe Arahu Kolesa Pikorche Harimankan Gunjor Gordon Sigarche Krapistiun Loki Jarka Ram Tudali Partama Jani Pudro Pavan Surtamaha Mahev Vikram Pashwaki Kumartini Horsmeti Kesanki Kachan Paran Veris Pesakaran Kudo Kuji Kesa Hosru Volje Verosh Kontem Worchale Kusorje Sankor Suben Kusrin Dantish Pertama Jagman Vidyavan Kuniati Turpran Kashkari Bekuator Parutri Trisura Bekorasia Ramlakan Sitaman Vasia Sukchma Ruptari Siarki Tikarva Vikar Ruptari Ankar Jorava Bima Ruptari Aswar Sankare Ramachandra Kikasanvarte Laya Sanjivana Kanji Ari Shri Raguvia Rishiolari Ragu Parikini Bahu Parlatu Mampriye Moratis Sambai Da Sahasparantum Haro Yashkarve Uskar Hishri Pati Kantola Karve Sankari Mari Murnesanarat Sarat Sarhite Yasai Yam Kubor Dikol Jan Te Kapika Voitahi Sake Kahante Tumukos Brava Hinkernel Rambilarie Rajpar Derata Tumor Montrovi Parshat Manalakas Warbarie Subjar Jarta Yug Sahasrajo Jan Par Pardul Yotar Himarwar for Jarnu Prabhu Mutrik Mirlimbuk Marhi Jalar Delangi Gaber Shojnar Heotorgam Kesjagar Kejar Tesurgam Anugraha Tumreti Terranduare Tumrot Varde Wara Giabir Nupasarte Subsugla Hetum Horisaranti Room Rakshar Kahu Kodar Narpante Samharu Paiten Hunlukan Terkumpai Borpesarchni Karnarhina Vema Verjavna Armsurnu Venas Nuruhari Sapierje Parleran Tarhatumon Veresankatse Hartumon Churtube Man Karamvajan Jan Jul Voisu Para Ramra Tapas Ve Rajatin Keka Sakol Tum Saja or Manura Jukwil Vesortia Vijarvan for Parvai Charan Par Taptum Hara Hai Parser Jagar Ujayara Sarhusan Kertum Guarde Asurne Kartan Ram Duharde Ashrasir Hi Nabner Hi Kerata Uswar Dernjanki Mataram Rasi Yan Tumhara Pasasara Rahura Gupati Keras Tumhare Barjan Ram Kupave Janam Janam Kedur Pasara Ve Ant Kau Raguver Porjar Ye Janam Janam Haribat Kahar Ye Dor de Or de Tachina Darte Hi Hanuman Serki Sorve Surkar Hi Sankar Kate Mirte Sapir Josivir Hanuman Baber JJ Harman Gusin Kripkar Guru Letiar Rahin Jusarba Poskare Kui Jurter Parti Maha Sorkor Georgia Parde Hanuman Chalisa Horia Serti Sancti Gori Setusira Sara Horicera Forge Das Hodar Yemin Garap Vart Naisankat Haran Mangko Morti Rup Ramakan Sita Sahit Hardar Yabasa Husor Bu O Maharaya Baushri Savar Pasha Sarvaja Hum Vam Hor Ganesha Nam Charan Hivarinyam Hum Namaho Om Ming Hrim Shri Ming Glom Ming Namo Bhagavati Vartali Vari Vari Varumuki Varumuki Adantini Nama Rum Darumtini Nama Jambe Jambini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Stamba Stambini Nama Sarva Dushra Pradushana Sarvesam Sarva Varik Siddhata Choramukati Jiwasan Panam Kurukura Sikram Vasyami Glum Tai Taha Taha Umasaya Fahat Swaha Ani mani mane mama ne shira shari te shame shabi tai sana mukuna mukutavi shabi shabi sobi shabi ashaya genesis shabi tatani yorok bashani ebita bantar nebita tandra shudai kure mukure yatade yatade shuya shasame sami bori peki rishi taruma rishi te sogeno kushara pasha pasha shudai matara matara shara oro oro shayo rashara shataya paramonaya nataya saravara makaro kiyo meki are arate netete netete chire richi achi Arinari tonari aranabi kurabi agena kori kendari sandari metogi chukori borda shani chi debi la debi ruke take togi tuga tana dai tana kushare tana shure hachi bora sene suru barane batani suru baba shobatani so yabi shani so yin karani so yahai tada katlo ayorate rate saruba shishmishkara Soruba Soruma Serti Soruba Soru Kyusharai to Yashimiki Anya manya mane mamane sirikarite sama samita vesanta mukta mukta tama sama ave sama jaya saya sere sata samita tadana yologi besar beta sari ni hidu abentari ni vista abentari parisu ikuli mukuli arade parade sukang se sama bulu kide dam pariksite samgone gorsani kori bai visantani mantro se ataru turus kala yak saya partaya Pekulu palu ramane ni tais pa haj pala mahaj palu kigitu buki yara ada bertenot vati tini vitini sitini Najivati Swaha, today Tatarina, today Banata, Nari Kunadi Swaha, Karikori Kundai, Batangi Bukasi Saguli, Precise Swaha, Itimi, Ruhe, Swaha, Dana Pati, Dana Crisolated, Sarada Pari, for the Pasiani, Savatani, Avatani, some Parixita, some Ganekatani, Podama Parixita, Sablusatros, Kusura Carte, Smifikiti, Vartali Swaha, Sasikam Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Osho, Bakni So, Ring, Gong Sor, Ong King, Ong Hong Chong, Mong Hong Chong, ong shing haring ra ring ong hiru asora ra ong pam dum ong grang ring lung ong tam ring blung ong grang ring lung ong krang ring lung ong krang ring lung ong dang ring lung ong bram ring blung ong hong shing shong ong krang ring hong ong shong shing shong ong kring shing heng 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 pam dum shong shing shong ong sor hung ong shing gong shing haring ra ra ong hiru asor long king song ong long du hung đại ni chỉ rồi là ông phải sợ đã tu mà su kuna ora mà sẽ bị hum ho show no ora ông đã xem baba tra mi den ora ông đã thấy cho harum foku su no ora ông mà bị serai qui no ora ông huru huru candali mà đang is va habo shire bosu no amo baga parte ne sai ông rodo solo svala tisa solo kana sora pasa sarani svaha short kanchi sai bosu om lolik svaha de si shu bosu om sam cham chasa svaha tero bosu nama samata boharam kuru ora babe tarari tiadini svaha central in kanji sai bosu vajra darbara hi bato kanji sai bosu mantra baba humpats baha george men kanji sai bosu hau kurun kari svaha jondai kanji sai bosu kale korit kuri svaha noin kanji sai bosu parne sermali svaha kungol sato vajra svaha harnya bosu di shishu tapi jai svaha fonjo bosu samnya svaha monjo bosu mana makiana moroku bosu tre svaha jiso bosu ha 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 besmai svaha kokor bosu namor kasika bari malika mari muri svaha ni bosu ito svaha ka bosu kan pai svaha dolo mayo namas manta vasharam kana sana sota yehu trata ko zanze mayo sona pani sompa shashra pai kundari mayo mantra pai dai toku ni sompa shashra pai kundari mayo mantra pai dai toku mayo Sri Kalarupa comes Vaha, Kongori Yasho my own, Vashra Yakso, Myson my own, Maraka Vashra Snis, Vashra Sarfa Shahum Pamu, Pujako my own, Maru Plantas Vaha, Sambogo, Genome Kampai Svaha, Kongo, Sound Kongonium, Vajra, Chara, Jahum Svaha, Senichi Doji, Omjanasi Svaha, Chikukutum, Trana Sarakat, Marana Svaha, so Chotinum Vidodaka, I see the Patais Vaha, Skomokutan, on Vidopaktan, I get Patais Vaha, the Molten on Visrupani as Vaha, Pensaitinum Satisfactis Vaha, Takokutrum Mahakalari Svaha, Kichi Jortunum Hasriya Svaha, Karitai Mom de Mariari Svaha, Taikini Tenome Svaha, Marishitino Marisi Svaha, Taishum Kitanum Kaum Svaha. Om Brahmaharnam Sarari Brahmin Patanum Vermanaria Virmahe Harania Garbaria Dermaita no Brahma Prajuraya, Jatamu Kariur Maha Misru, Daria Dermaita no Brahma Prajuraya, Him Shring Cream Sausage Gambra. Brahma Om Brahma Jashana Pratarman Purusha Bihi Marapolo Shori Venavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Mahaswara Guru Sakshar Varam Brahma Toshmeshri Gurve Namaha Ushakam Ted Fetkin Ferdiam Kaipina Hohor Roti Apium Ketna Bosa Kesu Tunisor Korti Hapapasti Taratuyorum Stefan and Besek Nemahat and Muse of the Utur Betty Martu for Ru Kermiu Kerun Kermiu Kermen Diana Tepsara Keru Neveru Sikriu Nebuvol Nevertim Tim Separium above a huge heat Neheb Kol Nehem Nefurchis or Tepana Hitcharbu Tramprium Tor Sibel in Reading Geturbing Normal Darmatis Sheftervig of Ran Nor Hitterman Hermotskil Dunskjol Beapiolia Gerdov Vin Fred Life Wortin Verjährda Friedberg Vertragis Vita en Gesrika Sverdaris Vipdarg der Dagbolder Brandfield der Korf Vin Wer Garvir Sergi Revo som Skjorfjord Liv Skjorting Skerfi Serming Jaring Skerfi no Father Heran Koren Konen Kusen Koroski Ormi Bifrindi Svidars Vitre Georg Fjordne Helga Mersvo Wundrovium Fimbotuots Lidiar Kareits Reger der Georg och Dulma bor Besla Ordin Ville Sul om Belka mer morsbjörn ner på han med på kagen konkret mer och mer släpp ner Ostri Väst i norr vid Sudri Midgård alltså Norrfin Neidnag Flori on the norr i år till ring och ser teisker faxi har infeksi mundi feri lunes solor balkos vins bir kiper ser mer virkning skor hat i ronvirin senior vid dior i där vågla kämping för att motorsätorin näin i no 3 Ostri Väst i att göra vår liv norr näin nerping Beverbo for Bombo, Nori, Ori, Norway, Norvi, Nervi, Gardovin, Dortorin, Fili, Kiliforin, Valley, Troin, Tek, Virt, Nranra, Grads, Fintrop, Neotorgs, Fari, or Herkstari, Herlof, Gloin, Dori, Ori, Durfan, Vari, Hetifili, Horsiori, Arveli, Lu, for Skirpia, Virbia, Scarfina, Ingi Erkin Stjärnby Fofrost i Finkinori Aggressiver Verdant i Skålberg de Big Linje Riving Björk eller Skifjer Skif Kema Jörfi Marling Verling Frasrig Verloni Vinsvolva Sarasni Rotin Frig Lurki Avinaria Padania Visnota Madia Mana Samaria Visariama Garsnan Bortadariams Vistararia Taraya Samsaras Katarat Diviat Nima Karante Pari Mala Pari Boros Karande Sripati Para Viernde Baba Paria Chiarte Varnde Saria Pipera Pargamena Tatava Hamna Mamatina Swam Samudro Hitaranga Kvakarna Samudro Nataranga Tarvat Hamnan Mama Kinas Vam Udir Tanaraka Nargav Hinando Jadanu Jakula Miotra Mitra Sarsier Terste Dorste Bavarti Narbavarti Him Bavarti Raska Ramat Svarti Beravartrai Ravata Ravata Varta Sarta Vasordam Paramesvara Pariparyo Bavarta Baba Partito Hamdamudara Guran Mandirta Sundara Pantiki Virnda Govinda 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 Baba Jalar Diar Matar Mandara Puararnam Dara Mahana Yartvam Mernar Yarna Karuna Maria Saradnam Karvarni Tavorko Koronoiti Sarpari Maria Varana Saroja Sarabasa Tuiti Srimad Param Hamsampari Prajakara Syasya Sri Govinda Bhagyata Varpochi Yapara Syasya Srimad Chakra Bhagavarta Kortor Safari Sutram Samparnam Kubarodhananda Srita Raja Rojodana Svaradana Lakshmi Priya Dharmodana Daryodanika Puriya Daxinyo Dharmi Vrata Dayarvarto Dharma Vrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinarte Jana Rasarika Daya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupu Dharma Puri Dharma Samaraksano Sarika Neris Varo Neratambo Nirinar Paripallaka Nitiarta Nigunagara Niskarmo Nerupa Rava Navanaga Samarajo Navasanka Pravartaka Manya Sketradiersa Mahaguna Gana Vita Yarshniko Yashna Sakta Yashaburya Yara Sarkar Raja Kora Kandro Ramartiso Raja Kora Jopur Shirta Visutra Vasartya Viyarga Marra Marnasa Vishayo Vimalo Vandu Vanduru Jana Vasalo Verupa Sapriyatarmo Veragi Visvot Murka Sorveviato Sarnanda Sarvasakti Saman Vita Saman Rata Sarnya Sarvapana Piaraka Suprita Sulaba Sarmo Sarva Karya Dora Dara Samagana Priya Saksara Vipa Vava Sri Virajita Swahana Sampritua Kilanda Pravartaka Vyoyorkana Sampritam Tarsvatara Priya Vyoyorkana Sampritam Tarsvarna Priya Lakampramas Vadaya Kanda Ravi Varjita Udabur Deru Dharma Vervavo Narva Varna Kinara Sufi Sravana Kalakar Parvartaka Asalakshmi Samriyuta Vyaknomala Vigraha Lukaraju Lukupali Ulukuparyu Sulok Sarna Sulaba Sulmarga Surbo Sankara Narpriya Santa Sudana Kunu Petas Svarta Sudar Verkar Hasarva Kamashnu Sumati Sorvek Dervana Karakasan Kan Harastara Taras Rimam Param Jorti Par Samadhi Guna Sampana Saranyo Dina Vasala Paru Papakari Papahar Tatarunti Yasana Nema Tata Sarva Gulu Peta Surtendra Sampai Parva Visavyago Veta Varya Nanantana Sarkiarta Protakala Pathe Sutram Suserbur Vedene Denetena Prapnuti Purusa Sriyam Devendras Nibharmiti Sri Kuber Sutram Om Yakshaya Kubaria Vishravatnya Danatanya Datatya Danatanya Samriti Mer Derita Paryaswaha Om Shring Hring Hrim Shring Hrim Perishparaya Tama Om Hring Shring Hrim Shring Kubaria Shalashmi Mamakriya Daram Paraya Paraya Tamaha Om Hrim Shring Lashmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yakshaya Kubaria Vishravanarya Dana Karshanarya Sarvaluka Vasikararia Danatanya Adipataya Danatanya Samruddher Marigi Ediphit Pariswaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumbaraya Namaha Om Yacharya Rajarya Virmaria Aliketisarya Dermahita Kubara Prachudayat Zikia Compasiana Compasi Dingariki Capasi Dingariki Arakapa Ziku Gigi Magampra Zikia Compasiana Compasi Dingariki Zikia Compasiana Compasi Dingariki Compasi Dingarana Baga Kumashkarisana Zikia Compasiana Compa Zikia Compasiana Compasi Dingariki Compasi Dingarana Compa Lugar after board acting balls Zikia Compasiana Compa Om Namo Hum Trakarara Nusun Balma Gagata Matraya Sonbani Kosari Sameta Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Tukadapi Om Sumbani Sulba Hum Vajra Humpa Om Shrim Hrim Krim Kum Konikar Pataya Varapa Raja Raja Janmei Vasha Mariye Swahata Poshu Shari Virmahe Vakru Daria Dilmahi Tano Tanti Prachudaya Om Shanti 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 Om Kanaraya Aksayata Maham Om Kanikar Pataya Namaham Om Ruburata Rayat Namaha Om Hring Kring Hring Goma Kanataya Vedar Maheva Kanundaria Dirmahita Non Denti Prachudaya Om Shring Hring Kring Kudum Vash Vala Shulili Ashaya Shamaya Asha Sarvasha Smara Smara Shema Love Bam Kuru Kuru Dushtukra Hum Pat Svaha Runam Kuruna Tarangi Talashindu Tapashankusha Pushpa Para Chapamari Gravruta Maya Graham Mityeva Vibhavari Bavartni Shri Maharagni Shri Marasena Shanashvari Chitani Kunda Samputi Devukori Samudya Deolia Bau Sasraha Charo Baru Samanvita Rageshvarupa Pashaya Kurura Kunukushu Shvala Brumbakshu Gudanda Pachatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prabhapura Maja Brahmaranda Mandala Champaka Shoka Porlago Sorikantika Laskacha Kurupinda Manashnikana Kutera Mandita Shtami Chandra Viparashata Kestala Shokita Muko Chandra Kanka Pamluka Nabi Vishishakavarana Smara Mankaria Kurato Rana Chenika Vaka Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Nava Luchana Nava Champaka Pushpada Nasatanda Perajita Terekati Teraskari Nasabarana Basura Kana Mamanjali Krute Kana Pura Manuhara Tekagi Kali Butatapanundupa Mandala Parma Laga Shila Dasha Pari Papi Kapalubu Nava Ruma Pumpashi Nankari Adana Chadha Vinyogo Masha Sidi Petrika Mantra Sixia Pramara Praticha the Sri Petrika Devata Umbisham Swahasakti Fakila Kamsri Petrika Prija Tampa Peveni Ugaria Sari Nias Romkas Yapa Pramara Sert Namaha Sarasi Praticha the Senamaha Mukesri Petrika Devata Yatamaha Om Bishari Katnamaha Kuyes Vahasaktai Yatamaha Pario Fakila Kari Yatamaha Naborgani Uwe Yatamaha Samangi Tiari Sari Niasikarum Gusti Piam Namaha Him Sarchani Piam Namaha Ram Mariam Piam Namaha Amaramika Piam Namaha Rim Karitia Piam Namaha Krum Karaskara Prasta Piam Namaha Itikarania Sakromati Yat Namaha Rim Subasis Rasisvam Amsikaya Pasarama Kavakai Hum Nimtri Yavasar Chromasray Pati Sinagine Sambu Sromer Dik Barta Dayanam Di Petricre Matevia Discardis for the Pini Departure Divya de Hevaras Rum Chirmin Pompli Amika Yakaram Smart Paming Kisamika Pushpa Piami Amboy Paramika Tubam Krapi Tamiram Agnamika Yati Pam Chami Pam Mikiam from Maniperium Nivatiam Sum Swamiki Subokora Pujam Smart Pami Smart Param Japamala Mantromo Mama Mahamaria Savat Mantras for the Pinnacle Focus Saliniasa Sasmani Si Data Papa Kuru Mantrom Rim Sita Kuru Prasida Remo Mata Sri Petrgamantrom Krom Rimam Dorge Rime Hia Pasaya Vesi Rim Dum Dorge Cream Home Cream Chrome Home Patspaha Seranganes Chromata Yat Namaha Rim Subhas Saras Farm Sekaya Pasaram Kabakai Hum Nimtroya Posot Chromasroya Patiti Senangines Both Surmiati Digvi Mokadayanam Di Pedria Maya Devi Yaskoyes for the Pinning Departure Diva de Hevaras from Jangamin Pusham for the Miki Garam Smart Poming Komakisamikia Pujamiam for Varamika to Pomakrapi Yarmiam Agnan Miki 80 Pom the Shami Pom of the Miki Yam from an Ipariam Nivariami some small Miki some Bokara Pujam Smart Pam Kayak to go 3 Pom Kadas Makrapam Japam Sira Papa to Medevi Prapasara Mister Japan Talamala Matrom Vam Male Savate Pama Priti Subaba Papam Sambum Kurushi Me Batro Yasofiram Fatehi Me Omrim Sitia Namaha Ingen is ook een honger om naast correus die op ormo jolotet us erth urti umarlikas carnutrumeo ef martios kifa pina kim judge bibeka law elgor ken der nerigo beni humor go im dalger uwe boboret bertel jog force bioja fiera force penokmo egmon jono borsna my boss for bom mik forta her fium neor mac highly money ori bibi meridem Meorem vir modne vem or was of the Bors junior big vases and dear nes here nes volo near Jork ons riva near biminga vas gunninga in Gresburgia Bors near Borsbom of the RPU periods me call me rents for bus or scan so then as a low steina pas vos kring loki or bobs or nen seri mana ni or home armen jol borsol nevisi a borsol lisati merni nevisi varmigen satisto shun nevisi a borsol piketu gingin gwilo rextola geningo copa patka turk snippen opening turn nog mono kopo morgin hetu opening chan tangan dono koptan kroma teljo hitet satsela per Piers hardcore rompium pro Apple Lord Blue Ops med blue added that the vol matangas corpo tol corpo terftui torni terbo kuru vor beim vetter gis vantor kurli uns pre vortmo borsa mechor morskor jotunheimen Kitchen Regin Quilla Rockstone Kilingo Poparka Tuxia Versia Liv Rotovski Joe Primes Propleo Plains Legion Vos Moster of Prime Vogo Roen Dorin on Nor Brandman Licken Morcom Corbu Velgoi Jor Blue Sim Dorin Takbi Kuon Vo Velgore Vo Vikinga Nioles Vos Erdemes Pur Orho Kuipet Bushmak no Bolongo Hava in Nurigi Kulum Berandam Lame, je prijs friend, Largorium, je prijs pref, Darwin, Mordin, en prijs en mer ook terratur, Mogocella fella bixomnista, Tatorin, Tenant, Terton, Pricater, Runogalan, Datrum, Elephant One verse, and indoors or regwards for Regun, one series, as a fear two from Echelon, Mone, Clombro, Loon, come forth, all of wind verse, and indoors or regwar for Rig. Noen red as per to for Echelon, Mone, Clombro, Loon, Ros we woy ros square lois or we what we played or weed or rosi or ros comsin difficilia trustro quorum prenias nesi penetus cores veri via indosolent tool si se corriendo minister in service estate narvis cois non difficilia sere possibly vas investigarte domine dos omni quotens rexergionet dominus domine deum creus magnum omnis victori constinte domine bellum contritur precor plus me visio vir dom femins tome opa solo delor tetors magnificentis adverin cum hel adverin cum hel adverin cum sexum sexo rumen versum mantum oparum daina tabol lumen quatum triconis ne demondum dud ne darum tur on tim manga charlena sherator mogo sharmog samas ora shamos aya neon truput vos tudo schweltin ve Osi commercial animal shititi kumusi osi morshitum calatum cutumtum osi baritum cabritum namritum ashashu kashatu kashapiarni elinitum biarani eli yau estari yau sisu eli ya eli ameri ya amru saraku imdikula salalu mushau raku imtarna lupi yau punti piu prosu memashtirtiau martu elilinu yarduti ardisi sami awani rabupi raborti shema dabarbi ninin deanalati limdau po salam kasharti yau kashrati ya shahapishi au mushtepishi ya ismasarati sharmushi Lipshururukshi shalimnuti shilalu salvuli sharnu shalu taptu shai puhu amadre murti aki masa uli tatruk shai borshu kershpiki matar dili sharmiti shurusha purturu ebshartursha zuluku kola matusha mala sarina kibidik bu yalani mushertum semania napa grita kira tu pira semania napa grita kira tu pira semania iti pagri tushni aladu pila samani ni ishti pagri tushni aladu pila samani ya ki max pagri takira tu pila samani ya na kukulati takira tu pila samani ya ina kari taksadu pila samani ya ina skupati tushni aladu pila samani ya ina bisha dori taksadu pila samani ya na kishpari akira tu pila Zidingen Gian Compositing in Yan Compop, Zidingen and Lulen Compositing and Lulen Compositing in Kurkoren Compositing in Kurkoren Compositing in that are shoring compas sitting Kernin Dar shoring my compositing can in Dulas compositing can in Dulas compositing can in Dela compositing can in Dela compositing can in Meshara compositing can in Meshara sitting gian in a marking kerin la ke kampa sitting gan and marking la ger kampa sitting gan siski gish marsa badar near tarban bol ver makampa sitting gan about ball god the con in ger neve kampa sitting gan near nigan needing geran lura ya zarn sorgurna kata karner ne kampa sitting gan me kampa sitting gar ki kampa sitting gar buki kampa sitting gan a book kampa sitting gar ishta kampa sitting gar shamashu kampa sitting gar ko kampa sitting gar madu kampa sitting gan ini badot kampa sitting gar ki kampa sitting gan ki kampa sitting gan in lalu kor kor kai ki kampa sitting gan in lalu kor kor ki kampa sitting gan ini bibila shore ki kampa sitting gan ini kor kor ki shin baba barage kampa sitting gan lona ding gar kalen ne ki kampa kamu Utug sul ala sul kirim sul mula sul ringker sul maskin sul siaran kampa ziki kampa sitting kerkin lalu kor kor korage kampa sitting ganin lolaning kor korage kampa sitting ganin ini bibila shore ki kampa sitting ganin ini kor korage kampa sitting garan luna ding garan kalian nene kampa sitting garan kampa sitting gerki kampa papa papa rara te martarta papa papa rara ter ke nerne Azagarwa zag bi morna tanam tal karazi bi morna tar zul zul kur bi morna tar alazur kar bi morna tar kerim zul ger bi morna tar kalazur kar bi morna tar ger zur ger bi morna tar merar bi ner tash bi alba albar de bi esh kashati ati manu kashatu shatu yurtadi Om Hayagri Variyad Namaho Mahavisnad Vertamum Kesavariyad Namaho Marusariyad Namom Govindariyad Namaho Om Pundaraka Ksariyad Namom Visnad Vertamum Visvambarariyad Namom Harariyad Namaho Mariyad Namaho Om Savagisariyad Namahom Savardarariyad Namom Sanadariyad Namaha Om Neradarariyad Namom Nerakarariyad Namom Neresarariyad Namom Nerupavariyad Namaha Om Niranjanarya Namom Niskarakarya Namom Nikatraya Namom Niramararya Namom Siranamararya Yarnama Om Saksera Namom Saranyarya Namahom Sarvadakarya Namom Srimate Namah Om Lokavarisarya Namom Sivarya Namom Sarvasvararya Namom Veravararte Namom Veravadarya Namom Veravarya Namom Paratararya Namah Om Paraya Namom Parayarya Namom Puyaya Namom Puyakatarya Namom Parapararya Namah Om Paramarne Namah Om Parasmar Namah Om Parasarya Namah Parasarya Namah Om Pararya Namah Om Sabadamarkarya Namah Om Furusar Namah Om Veravarkamaka Pararkarya Namah Om Sakalo Parnis Verarya Namah Om Niskalarya Namah Om Sarvaskararte Namah Om Askalamajar Mudra Yutar Hastarya Namah Om Parapararya Namah Om Pornara Parusarya Namah Om Sasarya Namah Om Saranyaya Namah Om Paramasvararya Namah Om Santarya Namah Om Tatarya Namah Om Chitukotarya Namah Om Jita Mitraya Namah Om Jagamayaya Namah Om Janamatraharya Namah Om Jivarya Namah Om Jadarya Namah Om Jaraya Saraya Namah Om Japapriyaya Namah Om Japastujaya Namah Om Japakarte Namah Om Priyakarte Namah Om Vipate Namah Om Vimalarya Namah Om Sivisvaruparya Namah Om Vishguptre Namah Om Virustarya Namah Om Virusnustarya Namah Om Satidarya Namah Om Kisanta Karakarya Namah Om Srasaprarya Namah Om Surtimaya Namah Om Srasampatarya Namah Om Viswararya Namah Om Asutarya Namah Om Arandaruparya Namah Om Pranadarya Namah Om Pritivararya Namah Om Avittarya Namah Om Vayaktaruparya Namah Om Sarvasaksena Namah Om Tamohararya Namah Om Ajara Sakarya Namah Om Jarene Namah Om Parnakandra Sambapraparya Namah Om Janadarya Namah Om Vatapadarya Namah Om Yogene Namah Om Gosarya Namah Om Sarvadakamadarya Namah Om Hoyogene Namah Om Mamamarne Namah Om Morisarya Namah Om Sreyasam Namah Hamsarya Namam Paramahamsarya Namam Vishkotre Namam Vyaraja Namam Saraswati Kanaskasarya Nama Jatamada Manichutarya Namam Maria Matari Tarya Nama Sabagisvararya Namam Pranivur Gitaru Parya Namam Verahara Karamarte Nama Iti Sri Haya Grivastutar Satana Mavali Om Manatayat Namo Mersayat Namo Magadariya Namo Marikaluvar Karariya Namo Marameveka Marianama Om Manamisitaria Namo Avarantaria Namo Verankurabariya Namo Vishnupriyaya Namo Verasuyaya Namo Verata Maria Nama Om Visadararia Namo Cesaria Namo Satushitaria Namo Esapanamatitaria Namo Mabrakatu Darine Namo Mamitikararia Nama Om Akasaparapaniya Namo Mamna Spartutiyaya Nama Umagaru Pariya Namum Valariya Namum Vasukaria Namum Varavarekaria Namum Varakararia Namum Vaswaranaria Nama Vasudavasana Yarnamum Varavasitaria Namum Vipasaradine Namum Vertikamania Nama Tamoru Paria Namum Dadrikaria Namahum Dadendararia Namum Kasaparamashaya Namum Kavaru Paria Nama Umigada Paria Namum Migadaraya Namum Rasun Vantaria Namum Lamagatraya Namum Kiswapriya Nama Visvambaraya Namum Sakaparania Namahum Prangandaria Namum Prangandaria Namum Pativasiya Nama Upataskarya Namum Barusarasa Namum Bhagavatania Namahum Barusararia Nama Tasakaria Namum Lokalisaya Namum Sivaria Namum Paravaria Namum Parnaria Namum Punyaya Nama Punyakataria Namum Parisaria Namum Parikaria Namum Niskalaria Namum Parapararia Nama Karikutkaria Namum Sarsaria Namum Santaria Namum Tataria Nama Umaraya Mandaniya Namam Savpujaya Namam Savakararia Namam Narasaya Namam Naranjanaria Namaha Umer Pataria Namam Saranyaya Namam Savadaya Karya Namam Jananjariya Nama Umagataria Namam Vaitaruparia Namam Tamoharaya Namam Yuvisvaraya Namam Kalanaya Namam Valaria Nama Pramakirine Namam Sankaranda Kararia Namam Jitukunaria Namam Jivaria Namam Jayadaya Namam Japapriya Nama Visvaruparia Nama Virustaria Nama Viritram Studyaya Nama Sraya Pranaria Nama Pranaria Nama Vishnu Toparia Nama Kutaria Nama Kutararia Nama Straya Nama Ranapusaria Nama Pujangaria Nama Bayoruparia Nama Sarisapaya Nama Sagaruparia Nama Kalbusumbutaria Nama Varapapatikaya Nama Susumvanaya Gaya Nama Fani Ravi Busania Nama Nagendraya Nama Nagad Dvartas Dotar Satmavali Nešaukos tenos kolos mihi forsiekinos korubernärskan serler Dorcharkad Moshulur Sin Shula Chisien Krier Sivirchers Sian Tiangela Borossia Messi and Triur Gutierrez Ors de Hill Arnim Anathors Armirsham Spiore Neormi Antirtierne Formantier de Tierne Formati Shulto Lombrain Bel tu småländskär dekretet anturka dudor nantarter amarksansbjörneum hirlu antiursan gumbo deren haben dragen jan gumbianetskär de mosul seperetskär de mosul na chipenetskär de mesemo na björ de spianetskär de no björ de me Sadur Sadiola Sarsulagiu Leel Parlu Neurnier Artam Hedges Stadia Buler Neurli Cornioser Neurli Cornier Cherzer Neurli Benzening Sienterea Surli Sian Kere Sehere Selarte Sernam Mirnan Massasiurli Feliari Salat Morbi Massasur Manathiari Dari Sabir Acer Sparakantir Fioregus Forager da Fiorani Arsaira Deor Neor Crorzer Ecroric Refern Antroyer Ecronis Mercus Merbianul Mensul Ecrur Dergus and Bull and Triul Achior Mesedomos or Saint Andarfier on Marcagus on Spiori Dorme era Bernarch or nor era Jordi large or Messeragus or Castor Bernes Leum Fenegus Morbi Fulgurer Birtere erge fjordna krurde, argus fjorde, na sarnarker, fen jörn se argus urgar stjörne pernes leum fen. Karachit kalindi tata bipirna, sangita karavo muda pirinera vardarna, kamalas vardar marur parama sambubrama mara partikana sorcita, paro jagannath swami nayanana patargami bhavatu mem burje savia vernum sarasi, siki perncham kaiterate, dukulam netrante, sana cakrataka sarnvera ratesara srimad vartavara vasartilila paricaryo Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatu Me Mahambur Desierde Kanakarur Chierde Nileskarde Vasan Prasadantastaha Jabala Paredna Balina Subrata Mayastar Salaka Sora Sevasara do Jagannath Swami Naya Patakami Bhavatu Me Kurpo Pravarta Karasa Jala Jalada Sreno Rushe Rorama Valerama Sfurata Mala Pankor Uhamurka Surendra Redradya Srutika Nazika Geta Charicho Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatu Me Ratoruru Garchan Parti Mirlita Bordeva Partala Struti Praramparvarn Pratiparam Pakaranya Sadarya Dayar Sintur Borda Sakala Jagarta Sindhustaria Jagannath Swami Naya Patargami Bavartume Para Brahma Pirta Skuvala Yadalo Fulana Rio Nivarsini Ladromi Yita Charono Nantasara Sera Sarando Ronda Sarasa Vapora Linga Nazarko Jagannath Swami Naya Patakami Bhavatu Mena Vayarche Rajamna Chakara Kamanikya Vibharva Naryashe Ramya Hanikala Jarta Kamiyam Vara Vardum Sara Kale Kala Pranamatar Parterna Girta Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkarmi Bhavatu Meharat Vam Samsaram Dutara Masaram Swara Parteharvam Paparam Vitati Maparam Yara Vaparte Ahudinoare Nihita Charam no Nichertam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakami Bhavatu Me Jagannatha Kompurniam Yapatet Prayarta Surshi Srapata Visurdharma Vishnu Lokum Sarikat Sharti Irti Srimad Sankachari Vapi Varchitam Jagannathakam Sampurnam. Brahma Morari Sora Chirta Lingum Nirmala Paserta Surditam Lingum Janmaja Dukam Vena Sarka Vena Sana Lingum Tapranam Mamisara Siva Lingum Deva Muni Pravarshita Lingum Kamadana Karun Kara Lingum Ravana Darpa Vinasana Lingum Tapranam Mamisara Siva Lingum Sarva Sugarnanda Sulupita singum borbi vivardana karam lingum sira soru sora varam lita lingum tat pranam mamisara siva lingum karang kamaharmani bursita lingum fani parti vertita subita lingum Daksayur Jarnai Venasana Lingum Tapranam Mamisara Siva Lingum Kungkuma Chandana Lepita Lingum Pankajahara Susubita Lingum Sanchita Papana Vinasana Lingum Tapranam Mamisara Siva Lingum Devakara Chita Sevita Lingum Bhavai Bharpak Pyareva Charlingum Dinakar Koti Prapakara Lingum Tapranam Mamisar Siva Lingum Mastatola Pari sirtalingum sarvasambhava karanalingum mastadira vinasarnalingum Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Sora Guru Sora Para Porjita Lingum Sora Vana Puspasara Chitta Lingum Parata Param Makalingum Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Lingastakam Miram Punyam Ya Pata Shiva Sarnindo Siva Lokam Porauti Siverna Saha Mordate Nataraja Rartara Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kendamba Karanam Priyam Sidambarya Viharinam Mare Barukurum Bagum Fitas Varim Balalono Sukam Saram Pakamakandanam Saram Buvahini Doram Haram Buje Jaga Gorum Simram Param Vibhavaj Samastar Paktapusana Svahasta Bandakan Karnam Prastar Kirti Vibhavam Nirastara Jajara Param Karistar Mukti Saram Surihasta Kandram Martaram Honram Borje Jaga Gorum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Jartar Kyari Tamartitam Nitalo Charnam Virtam Patekor staritatam patiara pankalaparnam naturga porva barvitam Kathara pasadarinam harambuje jagagorum sirambaram vibhave Koranga sarva sorbitam seram karjanak sarsitam Parangana vikararam Varangara garam chitam Karangata tarnat sarkam Toranga miturkarmam Rambuje jagagorum sirambaram vibhave Amanda Barga Varjarn Sumanda Hasar Sarmosharn Sumanda Mandagamini Garindekan Yakadovam Samam Damam Dayorutam Mamarnayanta Marmanu Harambuje Jagar Gorum Sirambaram Vibhave Karindra Karma Vasasarn Garindra Kapardiarinam Sorendra Mukhya Pulshitam Kagendra Vahana Priyam Ahindra Bosorjvalam Nagendra Jvale Serlam Parambolje Jagagorum Sirambaram Vivavarye Malapahari Nitarte Saravila Sakarinam Balarisa Pabhamjaram Lalam Marupalokaram Dasapanedraharinam Jvala Trasula Darinam Harambuje Jaya Gurum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Sasaka Vanu Vihurtra Rajita Trilukanam Visala Varksasaram Sudir Karbasur Vurdarta Marditam Nergamborula Sarva Portaram Daram Ratan Virtam Rambuje Jagar Gorum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Saratharanga Sarjarmu Gol Papa Saringara Sarne Madadariota Torjardali Siksane Vikarsarha Sirambarkya Sadguru Swarupa Merya Burtale Sarsivu Virajarte Saramora Vitora Sirambarakya Sarguru Ritam Saravilasinam Muralikintiar Sekar Sarupa Mahal Mastakam Saravasetara Yehari Priya Taranane Viri Priya Kanisalaka Jaga Guru Anugraha Riti Sri Sirambara Kamarastutram Om Sharavana Baba Namaha Om Taposharya Vermahe Mahasenarya Demahitanu Skanda Prajodaya Rumskanda Katikir Parvati Priyar Nandana Yacha Mahadeva Kumaraya Subhar Manmya Yarter Namaha Agarstiaru Varka Namostu Borndaraka Borndarvandya Pararavirndarya Surhakaraya Sarananaya Merta Vikramarya Gori Hardar Harndar Samur Barvar Namostu Turbiam Pranatati Hantri Kartre Samastarsya Monura Sarnam Tatra Sartam Bharatarkasya Hantre Parkarna Suratarkasya Murta Murtaya Sahasramurtarye kan gunayar kan yayar parat pararia parat pararia para pararia namostu tubhyam siki vahanaya namostu te brahma virtam vararia digambararia barasam stirtarya haranya varanaria haranya bhavave Namo Horanyarya Haranya Rata Serapa Svaruparya Tarpundanarya Tapopana Lamprati Papargarya Sara Kumorya Himora Harine Trinikarte Smarya Kivira Kirne Namaha Namo Sukte Turbhyam Sara Jarmar Vibhu Pravarta Surya Ranotam Parnkartarye Balaya Kapala Parakramaria Sarmatoria Yalamanaya Taptoria Mirusta Mariotara Merdus Namo Namo Garnar Narm Pataria Ganaria Namo Sukte Janmarjaratikaria Namo Visakaria Suraksaki Panarye Sarvasyar Natarsia Kumakarya Kornkorya Tarakamakarya Svahe Yargargeya Kakarikeya Sarveria Turbiam Sartatam Nomos Turkitis Friskande Mahaparane Karsikarne Pankavi Marsati Tamudari Yer Sri Kartikeya Starakam Skandavaka Yogis Varoma Hiseran Karike Yoganandana Skanda Kumara Senerni Swami Sankara Sambhava Gangeya Stamor Kudaskala Brahmakari Siki Vaja Tarakari Ruma Putra Korun Korsik Saranar Sapta Brahma Samudraskar Serta Saras Vartur Kurha Sana Kumoro Bhagavan Burga Mursapala Prada Sara Jarma Garnardisa Porvarjo Mukti Marga Kor Sarva Gama Praneta Kaverchi Artha Parasarana Asta Vipsater Narmani Mardi Ardi Yapater Pradyurse Sradar yar yuktor nuku vakas varti barve mahamantra mayar nirti mama mana mama karintana maha prajarna maha mroti notra karya vikarana iti Sri Rudraya male praja vivardhanam kyam Sri Markarikeya stutram. Jing Shin Shin Tai Tai Sheng Tai Jing Jing Ban Wu Ting Gu Shi Fu Ming Fu Ming Hoi Shen Ji Hoi Meng Ying Shin Shin An Ning Shan Hung Yong Ju Gu Wu Shang Ting Ji Jiu Ru Li Ling Jing Gu Shin Ju Dan Ju Gu Shin Tu Hoi Ju Fen She Shin Jing Ling Tong Ning Yang Shen Lu Gan Li Chi Shen Hoi She Wei Shen Hu Shen Hu Ben Ti Shen Yan Jin Jin Shin Dan Yan Ling Wu Wu Tong Shen Shi Shen Ling Yan Wu Do Ke Chang Kun Ji Jiu Ru Li Ling Jing Shin Shin Jol Ling Bo Ten Jun Nan Wei Shin Jing Di Shi Wun Po Wu Shang Shang Ming King Long Bao Doi Jing Fen Yun Jung Ko Jun Wu She Wei Wu Jin Shi Ji Ru Li Ling An Chu Li Shin Zhou Yun Chi An Jin Po Wu Wen Ling Yu Du Jin Guan Tu Di Ji Ling Zhou Xiao Yu Ji Bo De Wang Jing Joy Zhang Jing Du Nei Wei Jing Jing Gan Fan Wei Pei Shu Tang Ting Tei Xing Yu Ming Shu She Jing Gui Jia Lo Yuan Heng Li Jin Jing Di Yan Di Jin Zhou Tian Di Ji Ran Ha Ki Fen Jin Dong Zhong Zhong Zhu Hong Lang Tai Yun Bo Feng Wei Shin Shi Wu Shi Ran Ning Bo Fu Ming Bo Go Jia Ten Gan Lo Da Dan Tong Lang Tai Yun Jean yo fu jiu zhou ren sha gu wan gan shen 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 zhou wan shi wu shen shi shou yi ban qiu bing yan nian nan jing wo yi ba hai ji wen mo wang shou shu she wei wo jun zhong wu zhou shan dou qi zhang kong jie shi ru li ling jing guan zhen zhou dian di zhen zhong guan ge ben guan gong zhen yuan jie 现无神通常在内为唯独有富有金光就不无信息是不善信息，不问暴露天地养有关键就其反正有学问。现在社会我的是永完全处理是雷霆国有上但正规完全内有别离类型人民同会就社会嘅。听听尽管说让服务是人气就如里零，就让先手都有先出人家相传，像若有路线kunti kanjen linh chi pan tin Gen pei len jan linh chen quan go jing da jo tan ji ji ru li ling chuan yun chuan tai shu ho shi chu zhao zhao zhou or hu xian hu fu wu fang wei wei yi ya zhang ji wu dian jian wang rin nan bai nai shu yi yan dong zhang xi shu ling fu yuan qi zhang zhong 先问丹佛有有地有明明国古今给年是赶紧落力给富有名将有来有谁想象度。南无黑拉达拉达罗罗拉耶耶呀，南无阿里耶波罗谢，地球波拉耶波提萨波罗波耶摩黑萨多波耶摩黑沙鲁尔尼。Jaya Hongsa Pola Pa Yisado Lorda Jerna Moji Jirito Yemen Gamili Yap Polo Jir Dishi Pola Sento Pona Molola Jinchi Jilimo Hepo Dosha Mesa Poalta Dosho Pengashi Yun Saposa Do Namo Posato Mo Namo Po Ke Mo Fateto Ta Jita ông capologi logiar del jalor de gili mohe portisado sa posa po mola moji moji lito gun jolo ger ning dolo fa sheya di mohe pa sheyi di to la di li ni shi pola ya la mo fa mola mordi li 一西里西西那西那拉线，佛拉谢里发沙发线，佛拉谢嘿噜呼噜呼，摩拉呼噜西里索拉西里。Solu putia mitilia bo la gentili li seni namo poia mona so po hejito yeso po hemo hejito yeso po hejito yoishi po la yeso po helo la genti sho po he mola jor la so po heji la senga mo ke yeso po he so po mo Hejito yesopo hejaja laji to yesopo hebo to mojashi to yesopo helolajin chipo kela yeso po hemo pole shen jala yesopo he namo hela dana dola ye namo ali yapoloje disho po a yesopo he onji artandu mandola pa yeto Yesu pohe. Bore bolo mito jern jingun jijai puasa jing shen bore bolo mito ji chojen wu yun ji kondo ye ke ko sheli shi shebu yi kong bo yi shi kong she shou shong jing shi yi fu ru shi li shi ju fa kong shang bo sheng bo me bố cô buồn sen bố sen bố san si gu con jong wu she wu shou jong xin si wu ya nor bi she shen yi wu she shen shang wei chu fa wu yan jie nai ji wu yi shi jie wu wu er ming yi wu ming jian yan ji wu Lo shi yi wu lo shi chen wu ku jiao mi do wu ji wi wu re yi wu lu sol te gu pu ti sa bo yi bo re bo lo mi do lu ko jia wu wai ai wu wai ku wu yu kong wu yan li dan do meng zhang yu zhang nai pan san shi ju wo fo yi bo re bo lo mi do ko ba de no Dolo san mio san puti buji bore bolo mi doshi da shin jo shi da ming jo shi wu shang jo shi wu ding ding jo ning chu yi ke ku shin shi bo ju gu sho bore bolo mi do jo shi sho jo yo jeri je di bolo jeri bolo sen jeri puti sapo nan mo photo yer nan mo da mo ye nan mo sing ye nan mo konje jai pu sa mo he sa jorda bai jen jera shi tu hanjo jela pare jerndo moni mo he bording mi lu de she ja jola jera zli ja ye hong ba sha he an mo ta mo jen bo mi shola hong an ba la Tobo dan mi hong nam mo san mandu mutu nan na bola di hedo share solang nan daji to an ke shi hong hong ru la bola ru wala di se cha si shi li poja shou poja shan shan di sha shi li bi so wa he na mo po to ya na mo da mo ye na mo sen ke ya han ji di hu lu ji du lu ji li bo jia li po ji da li bo lu li so wa he an na mo ma ge wa ri a ba la mi ta ha yu li ana sorbini shi shirta de joa je ye da te ke da ye la he di san yo san bun da ye da ni ye da nan sa li san bar sing si ge li di ge na sang ma wu ge di sha ba wa bu pi shu di ma che na ye ba li wa li so he na mo pu ve var di pi sha she Chulu belu lir pula po hela sheyeta tu jen tu ye hala hedi san myen san botu ye da jitu hong pisha she san moja di sho ye hong ma nei bai hame hong ma ge ni yao na jiru jarte da pa jere ta jena wer da Lige saur wo or habur ta gena bulana na boliji de par na no ma loji sure la yeso po heli po poli cure hikyu heti to loni dini hela din pili ni di mo he kier dijen ling kandi na mo e mi to po ya to kier to ya to di ya to mi li tu po pi a mi li do shi tan po pe a mi li do pi Jaliandi Emilido Pia Jaliando Mia Nini Keker no Jitoria Liso Pohenamo Fotunan Modamo Nan Mo Seng Kenamo Shilimo Hefti Yer Darni Yeto Boli Fulo no Jerry San Montoran She Nimo Heavy Shero Kier di San Manvo Joboli Dilufulino alino ramo ni mohebi bupi ni mohemi reardi lobo senkia digi senkia jidi jan mantu wanu polur ni jorten yan yuan racing pu qua dien sun liu yu ho yo hong chong chuan chi yo shan Chun yo si men dian di yu o wei dian di yu o wing bing sheng or wan wu yo wo wei yi fu lu so sha shen yo wo ma hung ching shi shen yi shi vi chen chen yen nang ra fu yi shi vi shan yan hing li ching 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 chu yan ning nay. Ataheye yayo kichi marni toko go miki so mapo kawawa aoki wanixista mi starki heyo harna heyo te ya tuarabi ai ngina heyo te ya tuarabi ai gina heyo te ya tu tarbi born kinarini yo te ya tu tarbi born kinarini yo ya hiyu niva hu yi hu niva hu ya hi hu ya ni na her nerna hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu niva hu ya hi yu niva hi ya her nerna yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swavira kini hini swavira kini ni 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 tui na ho hu ni ni tui na ho hu wara sina na ho hu wara sina na ho hu ni hima si asisi ni hima si asisi Om Nariyarda Vermahe Vasudevriya Dermahita Nu Vishnu Prachudayat Om Devakaradarya Vermahe Vasudevariya Dermahitana Krishna Prachudayat Om Tadporshariya Vermahe Sasraksharya Vermaha Dermahitanu Bhuva Prachudayat Om Akarandharya Vermahe Vakandundarya Dermahitanu Dandi Prachudayat Om Karyanya Vermahe Kanya Komor Yai Dermahitanu Durga Prachudayat Om Vegdevriyai cha Vinmahe Kamarajaya Dermahe Tanu Devi Prachudayat Om Mahadevriyai cha Vinmahe Vishnu Partnyai cha Dermahe Tanu Lakshmi Prachudayat Ormunyo Serchnyan Gartritam Durkes Narti Morsnar Smor Tri Basyoim Rotketir Trias Dam Duratir Serch Turnatal Sidam Duradatur Nimotuanet Mercer fum jordi lori los rinins linjur nes na skormolchul ord kjeldum ti osnim ti boskor basen od mjornir morgernia nat bad narn per baum sordam dorin nar nastor Vindruni firbauro horthor morich rosorthor morich romorthor mor nornivel amolech Neem was voor vers voor veertar morter nemrvana tirloslin na dorgrat na dorelislun nimmelthor til na kjorde barna kjorde beoding dom ting orchor namaser de ori gerdan jore og mjørnia senet serchestarm serak Konoptar Marnasia Tefu Broenim Varis Nabaheter Monex Serchandel Om Dun Ditulgel Om El Ansurstel Om Lialuang Mol Am Sin Serchberner Grupo Chartark Lerberner Search Ned All Oil Korta Kor Korku Moliesa Rupe Rat inspirto noid form sa domine esaluster heru esaluster damne esaluster pan esalastur damne esaluster Krishna esalastur damne esaluster turk esalustur stupo populum dum domine benedicto tua Ateheye yayo ateheye yayo ateheye lo ateheye lo ni tun shi la wani gele keke tai ya yo ni tun shi la wani gele keke tai ya yo arte he yelo ni takur ye wani gele keke tai ye yar yo ni takur ye wani gele keke tai ye yar yo arte he yelo wani gele keke tai ya yo ni takur ye wani gele keke tai ya yo arte he yelo Vicinci narpe maiorse arte heielo ini chagarte ini chagekerte arte helo, charon pa wanchi charurpi, charon pa wanchi charupi, arte helo, chayari pita, arte helo, hetue chai heu chani ho, heu tue chai heu chani ho, hunko kile chaya heu ho, hunko kile chaya heu ho, heu tue chai heu chani ho, hunko kile chaya heu ho, hunko kile chaya heu ho, arte helo, wana yad mani ye, mani tatanika, wan mani ye, arte helo, Lecho mi yukan kete lo yo, lecho mi yukan kete lo yo, taku maka ichaga, hena mitawai yelo yo, taku maka ichaga, hena mitawai ye, lo yo, ate he yo, ate he yo, eya eya yo, min ching shi, ke wakila che ye ya, min ching shi, Te wakila che ye oya terie ini charga pikita che ye oya te ye ini charga pikita che ye arte ye lo arte ye lo hari ye ya yo ya yo mila kin hiu mi chichi arna Mila kin hiumi chichiarna wawaka blakete ye wawaka blakete ye onchi hey yo onchi hey yo puye chini wasna wakingi nin kerte puye chini wasna wakingi kete onchi hey yo onchi hey yo Le hey ya hey ye la hey ya hey ye kangi ye uya te ye chaya wa un welo kangi ye uya te ye chaya wa un welo ni ate ye he we ni ate yo he we wan bali galeshka wan yan ni chi we wan bali galeshka wan yan Nihiyowe Miyukan Kin One Lucky yeah Miyukan Kin One Lucky yeah Hina One Lucky Hina One Lucky hey yeah Minchinshi Mita Waya Minchinshi Mita Waya Arte arte he yadi ya heuelo, arte ye ya heuelo, yani pikita ya uelo, yani pikita ya uelo, wasna wakinkite wasna wakinkite lachi ya, piore lechi pi piore hey yellow, arte, hey yellow, arte lena makue, arte lena makue, pero one yan makue, pero one yan makue, arte makue, artu makue, ina hekuo, misun kala che o mani, misun kala che o mani, ina heku wana sapita unchi ita zipa michuye arte heyelo hekin yanka galie hekin yanka galie wane chia wana sarpirta que arpilo wan chia wana sapita que yapilo wan hinte Cagario, Warnigepte, Carcario, arte helo, Mia one my yankario, Mia one my yankayor, Gangio yarte, one chunku waka gelo, Caringio yarte, one chunku waka gelo, wa, Yani pikete cha, Yani pikete cha, Cola heyelo, Makasito maniyanu kie uyarte wan bali uyarte Hoshi yellow arte yellow arte yellow mako wanchaya ukiye parte kinukiye berte kinukiye kangi uyarte one hoshi hi horielo arte yellow Lino wakan wakakarche arte heyelo galakin han wakan wakakarche arte heyelo choranpa kin wakakarche arte heyelo mior karn kinchichuche arte heyelo ugalakin ni arki karta arte heyelo Michinchi taherna kupie, michinchi taherna kupie, makuche wanwash te ayagali pikete arte heyelo wanar wicheshkartie, wanar wicheshkartie. Wihuto humani, wihurta humani, ukatana, koyan wahin kete. Koyan wahinkite arte michuya wahinkite michuya warnikite michuya hiya wasna watinkite hiya wasna watinkite hanpa wachege te wakila lahe wan bleni chala ha karielo Wan bleni chala he karielo tokecha wan wegali kinkite tokecha wan wegali kinkite ni hun kun he yelo ni hun kun kinkite he yelo wakarnyan yar kinkite wan yan kinkite chan galeshka wan lusahan ya Kinkite Changalishka, one Lusari, Yan Kinkite, one Wakadupo, one Wakayargupo, Arte Heyolo. En Israël als dat ne besut in het ruas voor nu is ik bruisara de mer bruis heb ik op in geror katem se kem ne benomati kin chapem miordo ne so mari basarab ne courage saramine so baraj so of the men suten mikin men not capaces da badam kemnu top ne du ne so competent da shru ne pin to en bua or tapen suru of sarun pod ne trends men mahacha das ne pa ne kem mar mut nu da bebessen ne frata de mi shata put me hita foto dat ne ma I perhaps and perhaps can tap by hit at a lead them can wall take new ship as think me he among Roy shop is skin and new as think me he have duties you that paring for two Americanu men and have a push shari up as the Yamasara Sarapi is or to have a number in the Manicatica more leak or secret rukuti ruta merone shrante feveru herman and new root had roman anpu hero benu hero so says or to be all get tiger when these months pero they can not be new spam or by taking deep at swim to all or sorry in of Miss Kerepseri Kerus Miss Kerus a crane is ornamentus when get to matu also canu ishanes nes and barek rapenem canesum can do a suit to the mishutis capernaum the nui aditinumination and or rapican befanuti the russian can ramba the sets of neck and then two in Kerada kept a suramadu Abenitin min hetlan pete pete totan en dansjere kedo ishirma sekendon petem petorchen tata poapa sekem bet sekem toyere mabu unkin het de bijua popa me het sekem resu sekem toyere en bimu sekem bet sekem basal parbas luis and wash segment hen para sekuna bosho des or dini herin si akrus to pakos keremet seremet tunek musiku se vor senumri meskari kapes kerepes seremet sermara serapet serhemen dusiken met pet when ikam kapet no horror my des mopring kes ocean as currently as bu sena pam sekuna maretini mati to do venomenti mana production chulu shekeru neken sorkeru pasti rai paret da kremetin de web the raus and and babu in attempting sapari mabapu turki nem ne ferg ne heb cautious so tap on up ne met het te produe ne petit as men mentu nuts for kabushi sher sekete boot normal toy so much of ne mais business mo kare mission better singen ne drunk at cameron in terror there is too much in them doen so kremetu to Massachusetts Jordi or Karinja Jarato Arte Derfi Neveti Serwin and Nimsani Sandy Joy Connect Senetic Ugers or Rejectis Regular Porium Jari, Macopiu, Short Asian enemy Addy, soon with Tevati, you are the Guaba to Ekugakis, no Wapsic one native view of definitely Mario and Sorakatum to significant safety, accepted Jordi, what I'm sec to an Akuto Pomun pusher to next shoot up and heading Quempomani Fusongi, Katum Tatek Nani Pupo Mini Sortic. Shortiano Tatemoni Fumantis Sanani Fu Abuduin getting the Mahati in Japan and Hannity, Jajata Josere Momo Demi, he called Karima Maru and get that into that, and to accidentally to Maria Psitu cannot have Nebaranki, Ami to one Penu Bin Manhattan Dia, never that two woman head hot as up to that the Malay Madam Canute has you hearing Nubinet and the dead petting chips as Mario and called them a whole thing for that or subsistem soil. Mohammed Kanadi Gunu soils, Nook soils, so Baraka Paramokak, Messentu never team on new resect never and the train do I operate Shishani never chuck I captain soup, says Jack Toyam Satu at Taman never do a Kios of Tim Holter, they also put Tim Holter, and Potimasu, but you to be a Matka Rajection who take new Ronu, Kunam Paramono Putable New, Nushine put him Kunet, Rioliam Samarami, boy, Namid, and Capernam Termertota, Otap, Subject, Capram, Watam Jaratunami on them. Oltre musicușa mor hadek zoi particu peteora shubargam nemner katak kesuek sakatek nudek wedem param nutiku optera on factor 2 of my Unuptam Dicken Q, Commissioner for Extract, Toy, Gamor, 2 Nabri Osman to New Pet, my through Nemanama, Sigbarkam, Soon, Dresse, Senetek, Natali, Tapta, them Sakaparan, Kuptak, Raw, Taram, Sanakati, Guamaka, Winek, Paranum, Mesosutinu, Doi, Param Kemuntet, and then Abu and Narcotati, and Kasuti, Seneki, O, Webenek, said in neck, Ham, Omo, Hoik, Natali, Team Sikni, Pet Netorman hen and soon and hen and shubit. Sasat Haka should have eaten some get out, call my injury in the 3 wall. Worked at two messages of to a picture I added to neck picture new shack couldn't have around to all prawn of 2 mommy Masaru to us at American never natural shrew kiki. I didn't this come on and Kisaka fruit of them to whom to move Ross on the throne American corona but Pesarek I name me Shareka kept the through Nebrush or Rectaranum, Shepherd cut up and Kikaring and Regiment of use Kirk of the coat of it now shop up and after winning and enjoyed the was at was so temper never was up washness or Masham sends Sermon Rumpel enough, son of an said economy, he said, good in he said, we sort of petabu, but we shot in he said, one am so new book, Capering, Capernac, Capro, and then Capishar, Caperim, Permanent, Untam Bamia, Urna. Ankratan Bansan Kabir, one atom Gibirin, so Sabai cooking Kabimi to Adu to the nice and that Sabi Watunai and Gabaek. Seba Farsiara Coronari after 20 upset at Prince to Marshia was singing the Suti Subakanan and Pumunka, Gorsia, Corinjarato, Amupetim Toyam, the current Makaru, Monefsen through Nebi, Krenebros, Roy Rush of Suamo, Amendipskated Pranakamaru, Amonefsen through Nepsavets, Kanekuapek, Guapek, Wapskame, Karen, one become Netrus, some Lepsican Corapet, Karakash, Kirich, Sheribai, Gorsati can beat again, Karabai, Kuno, and Bike can be thick magnet, Ruan, and Shorebe, Shebet. Kitty had an Kuku, some more New Hampshire, Medic, Q had substance Cornash, I mean to woman cookie, Sahara, and Kamin, and men, Lord Lucian, and Kaisen, and any separate Katina, Kapkuk, Apkuatak, Nelration, Aurora, Paramaka, Paramakan, Independence, at Nuruk, Sapati to make him Goric, Kesser, Tapat, and should have to need Pietini, Penedi, Waban, Evening, and the Romas that has a replicated and to a new of Simoni woman, Person, and Tim of Singer, and Jeromapis, Carapes of the Puzra, Sarapes, Sarina, Capruas, and soon gave Pike, Pim Hotep, and Rapper, when you were tuning in the Piata, not through any Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. There I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Geb, Newt. Kepra 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 ra 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 tuma tum kansu 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 orsimitor shabu balani shim truina orsimitor shabu balani shim truina orsimitor shabu balani shim truina abra dabra abra dabra abra dabra. Welcome back, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the journey. Oh. That's my fucking neck. I gotta replay that shit back. I just hear how that was fucking loud. I was loud in my fucking head. Oh shit. I got a 1-2 for that. Ooh, ooh, I feel nice. Ooh, top of my head feels tingly. Mm. When I got the first pop in my head, the first. Oh shit. That freed some shit up that's been. I don't know. Yeah. I was. Sometimes you just feel good. And you know, people, they're going to say, why do you feel so good? How? I don't care. Explain an ounce of it. You know how hard it got to get here? And you want a fucking explanation? Shit. How are you so happy? Tell me, why? because I'm content with small things. Small things really get under my funny bone, and once they get going, shit, that's just rolling. I think I'm supposed to hit this. Hmm, that's for real. But on a total awesome wavelength, when the first pop came in, it said, dumbass on the internet, that's his name. It's his name. I didn't call him that. But he said, why do I feel like you're in the middle of the Atlantic on a maiden voyage? And I was just like, right at that moment when I was reading that, that's when the pop happened. And I was like, holy shit, I was. Whatever they saying, man, they saw something, something, something fucking connected. Pop, pop. If I've never showed them to you before, I got this dude, he's pretty scary face. And then I got this guy, he's like the stars all the happy, and so like they're best friends, they hang out together. And it just reminds me of life. Because everybody's, for one reason or another, they're like, rah! And I'm always like, hey, let's have some fun. Good reminders for different qualities of myself. Oh, almost not D over here. Maybe not an almost happened at all, but it didn't happen. That's a good thing. But these taking hits, I'll tell you what, really has. There's some chaotic energy in the world right now, and it was actually kind of funny. It's interesting because somebody commented the energy coming from D was like, they have all the proper words to explain it, but they were like, things aren't like smooth. And I found a bunch of explanations to relate and be like, well, there's this and there's that, and I'm like this and I'm like that, but I'm like, but naturally within, I'm like, D's energy is D, the staff, I named staff D. Durga, doctor, what, multiple reasons for D. Anyways, and so I was like, oh, what's going on with that? Then I found this video and on one of the channels, and it talked about the energy outside, and it came. I'm gonna get the words. It came somewhere along the lines of like, this is not learn your lesson season. This is in your fucking face. Deal with it or not. There's no fucking option. Like, yeah, like strap up your fucking belt and pull up your trousers and shit and get ready, man, because this shit's ain't fucking around. And but all it used a whole bunch of other words and stuff, and and I showed it to him after the fact that he looked at it. He was like, "Yep, that's exactly what I felt. That's exactly what I felt." I was like, "Boom, D's tapped into what's going on out there. That's why I'm picking up that vibration." Gotcha. I live with D all the time. I got 5 hours a day with D, literally like, you know, 2 inches away from my shoulder, maybe less. Sometimes I just like right on over. Magic is nature. I ain't saying I caused nothing. I ain't taking no fucking privilege or right on the nature of their problems or some shit they're doing. I don't fucking know. Anyways, magic has an effect on nature. Now I'm gonna tell you something real. You can take it or you can leave it. I grew up in lots of situations myself, and it's very unusual when things happen. I am living within 100 miles of where the fires are actually burning. But our airspace around us is much better than everything we see in. Before us, after us, to our left and to our right, for our vicinity of where the home is, there's a bit of. It's not as. I'm not saying it's clear. I'm not saying you see the fucking sky. You see the smoke. You see the fucking smoke, but it's not that fucking crazy thick. And we should have it super thick because we're a lot closer. This is why I took D over, my staff. Told my buddy the other day, yesterday, because I was like, dude, I got pillars of stone, man, and like you put your hand right here, you feel energy coming off of D. The energy's pulsing off. Piezoelectric effect, magnets. Uh, no, nothing's plugged in, but it's got energy. So I took it in there, saying like there is energy going out into our atmosphere because they were noticing, the smoke, and I'm like, this magic stuff has a connection with nature, and that's why we're not getting it so hard because it's actually shooting up energy straight up constantly. I usually have D right at the point. My altar is round, but it comes literally to a point to hit the north corner, to hit north in the room. So I set D along with the sword, and I've got these magnets. See these magnets here? I got four of them, and so I put those on the chain that I have as my portal around me, and then it clips up under the sword as well to bring in those magnetics in there. So all of that, so all that's resonating right there at the peak of the at that space. So I'm like, there's an effect. There's an explanation of why our weather, of why you're noticing what you're noticing, and this is something that other people do. It's not isolated to me, but the more that you connect with nature, the more that you actually um, learn how nature has life. Starts connecting back with you, starts helping you, starts guiding you, starts directing you. You know, I find it kind of nice and interesting because on a technicality, I have about um, at least three or four ashtaras. One's an ashtara, which is about bringing out the wisdom from that deity or that divine or element. Uh, I have a suprabantam, which is a morning devotional prayer to do. Write down. I need to write these down, not read them right now. I did to add to the list. And I've got at least one other one, another one, and maybe Ashtotara. Oh, an Ashtotara is like a song, it's supposed to be a song or a hymn. So I know I have a few to do, and it was interesting because as I'm scrolling through a few videos yesterday, I don't, anyways, there's one video I came across, and the young lady said, and finish doing your paperwork. As I know I mentioned stuff on here before and whatnot, but you know what? Thank you. I needed that because I was gonna. I copied a bunch recently. I was gonna kind of pat her out, but I needed that encouragement. I needed that continue on the journey kind of thing, and we can each deliver that in our own places in our own rights to people. Ooh, I got one that just jumped in my mind. You know how you have this situation where maybe you've done it to somebody, or maybe you were there and seen it happen, but that particular person, maybe you were the one telling them the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over, and they weren't getting it. And then somebody walks along, somebody casual, and they literally, they don't use different words, they use the same words, practically damn near about verbatim that you said. And the person who you've been telling this to for years, however long, all of a sudden, they fucking get it. Why and how couldn't it come through that way from yourself, from the self? Why couldn't we be that person? An authority figure. And what I mean by authority figure, a parent, a teacher, uh, uncle, somebody older, somebody that seems like they got something about themselves. When somebody seems like an authority figure on a day-to-day basis, then when information comes in, it's kind of like, do I have to do this? Because I don't want to have to do it. Because the authority figure that's there every single day is throwing down rules, suggestions, improvements, get better. And you know, people get tired of going to work every day. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're putting them to work, but it's effort. So they're picking and choosing. Some things they just, man, they heard it once, twice. It wasn't the correct moment, and it automatically went on to volume zero. Whenever those set of words came out of that person's voice, volume went to zero. Brain was processing nothing intentionally every time, back to back to back. But when you have somebody that comes in like a friend, they're just casual. Take it or leave it. I don't give a fuck. Information's not being evaluated as, do I have to do it? Nah, fuck, I don't want to fucking listen to that. The evaluation is under a completely different straight or set of circumstances. Something in my behavior and something with a mixture of not being there every day and then being there every day. And I've been the individual at least two, three times that I noticed significantly where I said, so I was staying somewhere and I said something to somebody and they fucking got it like that. I didn't need to repeat it several times. They got it immediately, and the parrot was like, "What?" And then one was like teenage level or older, or something like that. The only thing I can account to that is what I just mentioned. Because myself, when I've been around, it's been my own situation. I've grown on about the same thing every day, and the person ain't gonna get it. Oh well, you get it. But it is truly the simple things that keep my attention in life and keep me happy throughout the day. That's where I exist. That's what I'm gonna entertain. Yesterday, I started moving a little bit more. This morning I woke up a little bit. I woke up an hour early, technically. Did some yoga, did some stretching, moving a little bit more. I don't know, something about that weather. But the world, let's go back to the world for a moment. The world is in a chaotic state of being weather wise. In California, they got floods. In the north, they got fires. Winds going the different direction. Should be going this. I don't know who I talk. I, whatever. But when people know their shit, they know their shit. And they noticed this time of the year the wind was going in a different direction than what it normally has in the past. And I'm like, Hmm. I know our axis has been rotating. Our planet has been rotating, and I kind of thought of. You ever had like a ball at the center of another ball, a ball inside of a ball or something, and it's like suspended in the middle in water or something like that? You like rotate the outside, but the inside like gonna stay the way it was. It's not gonna rotate. Like one moves, the other one doesn't, and that happens. That's a thing, and we are going through a lot of shifts, a whole lot of shifts, and the urge to remain who you are, the urge to lift the energy, to lift the energy up rather than to focus on the negatives. Yeah, the negatives are happening. If I had a fire suit and the ability and the training, I go fight fires right now. That's what I go do with my energy. I haven't had, I've not learned how to fight fires. I've not had the fire suit. I've not trained in that. So I don't have a car. I can't drive. I can't do anything to help on that. It's not, but there are people, there are things, there are structures in place to help that situation and help people in that situation for the best that they can. And that's why they're there. Hopefully, they get some more help. It's nice when the whole world helps out, when people come in to help out a situation. But regardless of what happens in this world, let me start that over if you'd be so kind. With the events that have happened in the world, people see one reality. Sometimes they see two or three, but generally speaking, it's pretty concentrated in its view of sight. I tend to get different messages. I tend to see different things. If there's fires burning, then something, something ended. There was some cosmic event that ended. Something happened. It's bigger than that local event. It's bigger than whatever's right there. It's bigger than that. Whoa, that's fucking interesting. You're asking what? There was an earthquake that was sizable enough that people felt it, and it happened in one of the Great Lakes within the past month. I remember reading about it, and they said that it happened back in 2022. It happened, I think, 2022 or 2024. But before that, we've had two incidents. But before that, it hasn't happened in the past 100 years, as far as they have a record of it. I know that there have been energies that have been asleep in our world. They were put to sleep because they were good. They had too much good going on. What do you do with something you can't kill? Put it to sleep? I've found that the energy in this world has been dormant. It's not been used to the proper degree that it could be used. That's why it's truly been dormant. The true life force of this planet has not been active. Humans have been active, and there's been some good activity amongst humans, but that's rather not the main herd of the group moving. And I know that in all of my readings and all of my workings and everything that I do, it's been to wake up energies. It's been to bring to life love and connection. And our world is shifting. things are changing. Even back into the days of Atlantis, the way, however you want to see that, if you've seen some documentaries, if you've done some research. And personally, I was just, that was the old Earth. So where the old Earth went, developed technology, flying, taking advantage of like utilizing water properly. I'm thinking about how they designed their cities with all the water around it. Number one, such a large gap of water between areas is going to stop a fire. So if there's like some massive fire, it's likely not to go past that water area. Got a little defense there. That's pretty smart. I mean, I don't know. There's a bunch of other reasons. They had a way to do things back then, and we've found so many ways to do things today. We've emulated, created. We we have neuroelectronics, biomechanics, we have engineering, microscopes, telescopes. If you could think it, they probably invented it. They got laser beams, they got all sorts of shit. I mean, lasers, we living in the days of Star Wars practically. They shooting missiles out the sky with lasers. That's some real shit. But just because things shifted, the world didn't end, humanity didn't end. Something lived, people lived, we made it through. Even in the worst catastrophe happening, somehow as humans we pulled it through. So that gives me confidence on the ability to survive whatever catastrophe could happen. Whether it be fires or this or that, I start paying attention to my environment. And heck, if I need to move, well, then I got to move. Got to have a bag ready, bug out bag, whatever the case. Most important thing is on spot, just in case you need to take off. Who knows? Mention that fire's not too far away. I ain't worried. I ain't worried about it though. But hey, who knows? So I always stay open for availability to shift, to change, because it was a good plan, but maybe the universe said move. And I didn't want to move. So they said, here, move. And they created some events. No, I have no clue what the real balance of all that kind of stuff is. I just try to flow, keep my head above the water. I learned how to stay on my surfboard, learn how to stay dry when I need to. So that's where I found. I like this. I'll give this one. But be resin, be resin, Berezin. I want to say Berezin, but be resin. I think that's how you meant for your name to be mentioned. Said he said, wish people. I'm kind of changing a little bit though, but he wish people didn't rush for to the center concept so fast. I did the research for myself. I looked into it. It goes back to Samaria, Mesopotamia, whatnot, Samaria, and uh, Sin was the name of the deity that was taking care of the moon. It was a masculine energy back then, as we see the moon as a feminine energy today. So those people who paid attention to the cycles of the moon, you know how important it has an effect on us. They were known as sinners because they paid attention to nature. They paid attention to those cycles. And when larger structures came in, they said we need to get rid of those people because we need to make people dumb and foolish and dependent upon us. So we need to get rid of the wise people. If you want to conquer a civilization, get rid of their smartest people, and it shall fall. You want to win, overtake a country? You don't have to fight it. Shit, just breed it out. I'm sound cold or whatever, but I've just learned some different tactics that are utilized in this world that have affected me, my family, which affected me, which affects the whole world. And I see some consequences that we all live within, and a lot of us get confused where we are, where we're headed, because we're living in a clusterfuck of people using any motherfucking tactic to ensure that their dynasty, their empire, their what the fuck ever is gonna move on over someone else. And you know, my mom taught me something at a real young age. I didn't even know it. I got a little story to share. Let's see if I can remember everywhere I'm going here. So, when I was young, when I was born, when I was young, my dad physically beat my brother. My brother had ulcers by the time he was 12. He had ulcers in his stomach because of how often he was hit physically by my dad. My mother, she was thrown out of a fucking moving car by my dad, and he locked her in a closet at one point, and whatever the fuck else. But every single fucking story ever told to me, when he came after me, no matter how little I was, that motherfucker couldn't land his goddamn hands on me. Somehow I pushed his ass back. I don't know how the fuck I did it. I got a good idea. But my mama, she paid attention to how I fought back. I ain't taking this shit. I fought the fuck back. She paid attention to that. Then after that, she took all the little sly little bullshit manipulative stronghold motherfucking ways that my dad utilized underhandedly to take advantage and subdue my mother and my brother. She took that plus what she knew plus what she saw I did, and she used it against that motherfucker and said stay away, and it worked. That's why I'll go ahead and I'll use the tactics of my enemy against my motherfucking enemy. And there are some people in this world where they are pure insane evil. And their spirit, their heart is truly good. They don't need to be my enemy. They see me that way. I just see another heart that needs to be taken care of. And all that bad junk gonna go away, and then we could be brother and sister and friends and hang out again. Though I recognize those who have come at me and their strategies they've used against me in a plethora of ways. And so I leave those right there if I need to use them. It's not something I want to use, it's not something I want to do, but hell, if we need to do it to win the day for the good person, to help the healer, to help righteousness, goodness, and justice, and everything that, at least I don't know about you, but I believe I stand for the good stuff. All that bad stuff, that shit need to go in the toilet, gone, gone, bye bye. But truly for myself, what I saw as a fact of that construct of sinner, knowing the truth of it, I can't change the way other people think, but I can choose to think differently. I can choose to go with the truth and know that sin is not a bad thing. There's no badness for me attached with sin. I choose to use the word error. It's an error, it's an erroneous way of life. It doesn't help anything. It's an error. Why do I need another word than error to fill in that? Because otherwise, the person is exactly who they should be. And with that kind of mindset, then I don't walk around saying people are living lives wrongly or they're doing things. Because I personally, I might use the word, but the only reason why I respect its definition is to relate with some people. Otherwise, I don't give a hoot for that definition. I changed my association by regularly changing my words consciously. Um, verbal verbal work over years of time, and that required not going along with what people said. I had to disagree. I had to say no. I don't see things that way. Oh, did I just kill the fucking conversation? Is the whole thing nipped in the bud? Too bad. Too bad. Because I'm not going along with the old way of thinking. I'm not entertaining a conversation with somebody. That's all I'm thinking about, and and then I'm reinforcing an old. No, I don't want to. I understand the power of reinforcing a habit or a behavior. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. At least for myself, that I keep up with, like, and that's for each one, each one on their own journey to make the decisions or the choices that they want. I love you, James. I love you, James, bro. You're like, I love everybody here, but in my own world today, love is going to sit this one out. It's what you gotta do sometimes. Sometimes want to take a back seat so something inside can take care of business like it needs to. And I'd say that's about the best thing to do to follow when that kind of comes through for yourself. Uh, like we've chatted a couple of times and shared a little bit. So, oh, I've been honestly, I've been rather. I've had an inner happiness. I've had an inner joy that's been around for a little bit. And sure, 2 mornings ago, not yesterday morning, but the morning before that, it'd be nice, good cry. But I've been pretty joyous. I've been pretty happy. I've been the energy's been pretty solid. Um, with all the weather going on, with all the things in the world going on, man. I don't know. Maybe things need to move. Maybe things need to change up. Whatever the case. Um, but I know we're gonna pull through. We're gonna make it. People are gonna be helped, and change. Well, change ain't easy. That's for sure. That's for darn sure. And that's why being stable in thyself and knowing yourself and what you like and what you enjoy and all that good stuff is such a pillar. It's such a it's such a journey for yourself. Because whatever the world thinks or whatever they're going through as a whole, that's why we are admonished over and over again, well, at least once in that old book, to be no part of the world. Because then we're not going to be stuck. We're not going to be stuck in the fog. Mental fog, that is. And that is an interesting fact. All right. We're going to talk about, we're going to go, let's see here. So, whenever I lose something in my room, I'll ask for my thing back. And generally speaking, at least in the beginning, the way it started out, it's improved. It's faster. It's easier now. But generally speaking, my attention will be directed over here. I might be looking here, but something caught my eye flying in the air. It'll take my eye off of where I was looking, and then I'll look back. I'll go back to that spot, and it was right there the whole time. Okay, this is, call them fairies, call them whatever you want to call them, but different people have different names for them. And but they do take things, but they're playing with us. So put them back if we asked for it nicely. And in order for them to put something back, we just need to simply take our eyes off of that area right there, because they're actually manifesting into our reality that item. They're actually putting that back here. So for us to be focusing on that spot, they can't actually interfere. They can't do anything. They can't make anything populate. But with a block of sight, things can change. They can put something back. They can adjust something. So I can't help but relate fog and smoke blocking the atmosphere, allowing for extra magical things to manifest out of nowhere. Shit. A puja is a ceremony that's done with fire. Shit. So anybody put in a ceremony on while there's some fire raging, and just if you put it out to the world, you just made it a puja. I joked with another friend about uh, about some different things, but truly life is getting disrupted around our world, and people are under stress. That's a fact. And as we quite feel on this channel, for those who stick around and hang out, tap in more than just the video, but with their spirit, with their heart, and they find that state of peace and well-being, that that's what's going to create the miracles for you to make it out of any situation. That's what's going to allow you to be able to navigate your life each day, while everybody else, they don't know which way to go. They don't know what to do. They don't have an anchor. That anchor is your peace. The world's going to get more and more chaotic. I mean, like, one thing I paid attention to when I started doing tarot reading in the beginning is, like, I don't exactly want to give, like, your life is roses and daisies readings, but at the same time, I don't want to give doom and gloom readings either. I want to be real with whatever's happening in the moment, with whatever's happening right now. And so I've stayed true to that. Boom. Here, look, it's in my hand right there. That's the one right there. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing. There's nothing to worry about. You're safe, and this situation is under the perfect control of divine providence and universal order. Only infuse loving thoughts and emotions into the situation to ensure that the highest possible outcome flows effortlessly to and through you. I literally I had the fires in my mind going on right now. And there's a divine providence there. That's what I saw. Just like it was called out. I mean, like, doesn't have to be bad. It can be good. Optimism is a hard attribute, quality, way of thinking. That's a hard one for people to grab onto. Optimism, but then to hold a fine line of being a realist and saying, you know, I'm all positive and everything, but the situation is what it is. I got to deal with what's at hand. It's a fine line to walk right there. It's pretty interesting because behind that, there's nothing to worry about. The heart chakra card came up, and then after that, it jumps into child. And to me, that just goes back into manifestation. That just goes back into creating the future. And really, that's what it comes to be. Is that your heart becomes it, its tunage. Your life, your journey, is trying to find an attunement to divine resonance, to nature itself, to the planet itself. Not just digging the feet in as far as grounding, but allowing the energy from the body to connect into the ground. Those are two different realities that are going to share one space, but those are two different realities. I can be up on a second story and still connect to Earth down below, even though I'm not touching it. And that's when you really start to be encouraged in your life because you know that you're not alone. And when you know you're not alone, shit, things change for you in the world. Uh, B B3110 or 110, B310. You can ask any question. I don't mind that, but doesn't necessarily mean I'll answer it. But sure, yeah, go ahead and ask your question. Waiting for B3's question here. I don't have a pack of cigarettes. I do have my vape currently. I do enjoy a good cigarette. I do enjoy a good cigar. Um, I rotate, I shift, I take breaks. So yeah, My favorite childhood memory. I want to see if B3 puts in his question or not. But I lived at this one, my mom had got this one house. We had this backyard, and there was these two trees, and they went like that. And I got these boards I put on top of the trees, and I nailed them to the trees so I could hang out there. And then I had another big tree, and I got these other boards, and I nailed them all to the tree so I could walk all the way up to the top. And I don't know, I had this Alaskan Malamute during those years. And I don't know, it's something being up in those trees and hanging out. It's just fucking, just by myself. It's just no one else there. It's just a kid. I was doing whatever I did. I just like hanging out. Literally. mm, I've been to a bunch of different theme parks and stuff. So, like, I've been roller coasters or whatever. But another, to be honest with you, when I was a kid, I was literally in the hospital. Um, seemed like at least 2 or 3 months out of every year of my life, it just seemed like I was in the hospital all the time. I was always sick. My immune system would go down. I catch something. I get sick all the time. I wouldn't break nothing, but like, I even one time they said I broke my arm, and then I went back in a couple weeks, like they said, and they took 13 or 16 consecutive X-rays. They're like, we need to take more X-rays. We need to take more X-rays. We need to take more X-rays. And then they come in, they're like, take that thing off. It was a half cast. And I was like, but it hurts. And they were like, it's not broken. I was like, but it hurts. He said, that's atrophy from not moving it. So your arm's fine. There's no break. But y'all, there's no break. It's not broken. Okay. But yeah, before I was up until the point of being 15, I was in the hospital. Fucking, it was like a second home to me practically. Regular doctor's visits, appointments, fucking everything, man. I don't know how my mom kept me alive. I don't. She saved my life, and she will occurs. Um, the other memory I think about as a kid quite often populates into my mind when I'm chatting on here talking about different things that matter. But it was when I was like in first, it's like when I was in first grade, first and second grade, at Boone Elementary, and be outside playing, and I still had good vision. So, like, fucking, I won the soccer competition and this and that. I was fucking aces at everything. And I don't know, I always had fun. I go out, play soccer over here, go play house over there, you go do what the fuck over there. There's a big group of people over there. Hey guys, let's go fucking jump in on the fight. Like, I don't know, it's just. I was a rowdy little kid when I was younger, man. Before I started learning some lessons in life, I'll tell you what. Um, talking about like kiddo memories, childhood memories, and stuff. Sheesh. Yeah. My mom's. My mom always said that I grew up too young. But for me, I never. No, I don't feel that way. I know that that's the reality, but I don't feel that way because I've always been in my own head. I know what the hell's going on in the world. Yeah, he's got that problem with her and they're arguing and blah, 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 blah. But what can I do about it? What can I do? Even if I walked in, I said, "Here's all the money you want. Here's all that." There's one of them still going to feel booty hurt after the other one. There's energy still going to fuck with each other. It's a physical fucking thing didn't fix nothing. So I can't afford to get into. If I can't affect a positive change, I don't want to fuck with it. That's just the way I've been for a good long while. Because I spent many years trying to help things and help situations and help people get better, get past what they're doing or whatever the situation. And all my efforts just come back to slap me in the face. And I learned my lesson on that one years ago. Well, so many years ago, I learned that lesson, Shisha. I got into the point of film. Film's an awesome thing to get into, to actually set up and all that kind of stuff, and do the take and the wardrobe and every. I've done it all myself. I wanted to do it, so I did some. There's some portions on my YouTube videos that I edited together pretty darn spiffy, if I don't say so myself. But I was pretty satisfied with the results, and everybody else who showed it to was pretty decent. And it's amazing how all these years that those things still come in and have a factor in my life. Like, I don't need to look back at those original ways, but those are things that I made a part of myself. I don't even have to think about doing stuff. It's just whenever that thing comes up, it's going to get that attention. It's going to get that good treatment, that good taking care of, handling, and everything else in life. I'm going to do my best at, and I'm going to make progress. Anyways, let's see. I feel like changing things up here. That's what I feel like doing. But yeah, there was some big old pipe started flooding California, a couple streets over there. Thought that was interesting. This card that popped up, that jumped out actually, was the Spirit of All Set, the Triumph of the Goddess. Beloved initiate, there are times to surrender and let go, but there are never times to give up. Persist with your bold faith and inspired action until the impossible happens. All Set has the spirit of triumph and will never fail in our quest, no matter how bold or impossible it seems. Believe. It's helpful on the inner path to let go and detach over and over again, and yet we need to stay true to our heart and not give up on what we feel we're here to do. Whether it is reaching for enlightenment, for inner peace, for creative breakthrough, or personal healing, the triumph of the goddess is within you now, urging you not to give up, no matter how far away or impossible success may seem. Don't quit. Persist until the impossible happens. The power of genuine inner will, not force or domination, but that inner power that fuels us to continue with our inner practices, to do what we need to do in the physical world to bring ourselves the light and life, is growing within you now. It's supported by living the right quest for you, seeking to climb the mountain that lies within your own heart, not that chosen for us by another, but the journey that genuinely lies within us. I want to keep reading. I want to keep reading, but like to me, it's like such a confirmation on the reality of what I'm talking about. And the next card is the Priestess of Sirius, essentially becoming that embodiment. And is that this book, these cards, this particular deck, I think there might be a couple cards I haven't read. But gosh, I've went through so many. I've had them pull. I pulled them for myself. I've had them jump out for myself. I've went over them. I've studied them. I've processed them in every way. Like every single one is a book. Every single one is a whole nother experience, a whole nother way to view life at it. And I've processed these so much that it's literally what pours out of my mouth. It's what I want to talk about. It's what I have to talk about. Magic and ritual, the crafting, sacred practice. Man, that was a big one when it jumped up for me. Really being able to craft that sacred practice, really being able to make that magic actually happen through regular working, through the regular developing. Keys of life, divine sisterhood, really bringing in the family, allowing the divine family to find the correct tribe, the pillar of light, the cartouche, the importance of a name, finding your name on your spiritual journey, being given your name on your spiritual journey. I was actually given my spiritual name over the course of months, and at one point it came in very clear, and I wrote the sounds down for what they were, and I left it there. I didn't know how to pronounce it. I didn't know how to bring it out. I didn't know how to say it. It was a really interesting set of sounds, but I knew the importance of it. And then months later, sometime later, however long it was, I got the clarity of every aspect of it. I was like, holy crikey. And then I started learning it. I started going over it every single day because I realized that it was something that I had received. It's nothing that I made up. Not not just out of just not out of nothing. In that kind of regard, that's knowing that you're connected. When you know that you're connected, then you can improve that. You can start building that constantly. Knowing that you have nothing to worry about, knowing that if there's a mistake or anything of this sort, you're going to learn. You're going to know. You're going to get familiar with it. That's why you're working back and forth, passing that ball back. Gotta have some. Gotta have somebody to pass the ball back. If nobody's there, you're just playing wall ball by yourself. And I know throughout my life I've been looking to connect with others. I know I'm different. I know I'm not the same. I know I don't fit into them groups, but I've been looking for those who I do connect with, and I found a good amount of them. And I found a whole bunch of individuals on my journey. On my own personal journey, it's amazing the amount of people I'll find, and I'll wind up staying with them or visiting with them for a few weeks or whatever the case, or however long the time is, or short. And that's what I've appreciated about my journey more than anything. And when I talk about my journey, I didn't start this off with money. Maybe I had 20 bucks in my pocket or something. No bank account. No roof over my head. No nothing. Nothing. I started my journey because I had nothing else. I had no other option. That's sink or swim. Be a homeless bum like the whole lot over there, or live up to everything your mama taught you and do what you know you can, and let's see where it goes. Shit. Let's find out where it goes. In in movies, in books, in these kind of situations and places, I'll be personal instead of saying we. I'll say I. I'll do my best to say I here, because it's more of a past. I see it differently now, but I just take it through it. I see a superhero, and what do? They're beating up the bad guy, putting them down, letting them stay there for the cops to pick them up or whatever, right? Okay. I already talked about it in detail before. I don't care to be the physically violent one. I don't, for any reason. I get someone else to bring in the justice or whatever. I don't need to be that dude at all. Um, though I know that karma is real. I know that there's a divine father and a divine mother, whether you want to call them God or this or that or whatever name. It's a divine father and there's a divine mother. They've got a family and they got energy and power if I send it to them. And that's the whole purpose of a prayer or a ceremony or a ritual or of something of that nature, is to bring together all that energy within me and whatever's immediately around me and to serve it up so that the divine can make a change in this world for the better. And throughout my life, being a superhero was part of the it was part of the plan. It's part of the agenda. Gotta be a superhero. Are you kidding me? I could be anything I want to be. I do not need to go get a mask and cover up my face. I don't need to go beat up people or get any fancy electronics to do anything I'm not supposed to do. Call it an attachment to luck, to good favor, to lining up some nature, to getting some contact back from the divines, talking to ET friends, however you want to put it, whatever kind of package you want to wrap that up in. But I found out how to change things. I found out how to send blessings. I found out how to become aware of things and say, yo, there's something problem. There's a direct problem on the world we need to fix with this right now. I learned how to make those kind of correct prayers. I learned how to make those, how to resonate with those energies that can actually have that sort of an impact. So, in my own way, without living in that need to be of existence, but by just being me, who I've become over the years, there was qualities and traits that I needed to embody, I needed to become, not just to know. Surface knowledge, oh, that's great and dandy, but knowledge is knowledge. It's all the information in the book. You need the book. Even if you have a pictorial memory, you're still just flipping through the book. But when one lives it, they don't even need to think about the words or the pictures or any of the shit's in them. This is just everything they are. It's what they have lived. That's now what's what they embody. They're going to encourage you to be the high priestess that you are, male or female. We have a high priestess and we have a high priest. Different one, different type of action going on in the world. Being able to help people learn their sacred name, being able to help people achieve particular elements within their life that before, we don't have to read the card, pull cards, just talk about it, and just talk about it. So instead of trying to live up to become something, I became this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Put all that together, and boom, you got a new you. Huh. Two words pop into my brain: personality update. Can't really buy a personality update. They don't market it like that on the in the stores. It's more like things you can learn about or stuff like that. But to be able to change your mindset, how you're going to flow with something to find who you are. Whew. Now I'll tell you what. There we got something there. On that on that wavelength, I'll talk about the laugh. For 30 plus years of my life, I did not laugh naturally. And the reason why I didn't was because I had the exact same laugh as my dad. When I seemed to laugh naturally, it was the same kind of laugh. And oh, you're funny, universe. Anyways, it doesn't bother me now anymore. I don't think I was. I don't think I was. I was laughing like that yesterday. Um, but in getting over that, I found one of my true laughs. When it really gets to my super duper duper funny bone, I wind up not hiccuping. I do one of those while I'm laughing, and it's freaking natural. It's just what happens, and I couldn't have found that. I couldn't have found that um, if I didn't go on a journey trying to find myself, learning to be okay with certain things. At that particular junction in my life, I looked at my dad's life, I looked at my own life, and I was like, well, crikey, we got the same freaking results. I'll drop this crap out, right? So I told you a little bit earlier, and yeah, I told you the start of my life with them and whatnot. And when oh my God, it gets to the point, my mom dies, and his mom is still living. My grandma's still kicking and everything, right? Grandma Daisy. He freaking asked me. He's like, "Don't fucking come talk to me. Like, leave me alone." Blah blah. Like, whatever the case. Yeah. I was living with me, so he said, "Get the fuck out of my house." He didn't say cuss. He doesn't cuss, but essentially he was like, "Get out of my house." So I don't want a son anymore. Literally said that. Just cold. Not no emotion. Just real. Just real. So I was like, "Oh, okay." And about a year or so, year and a half maybe, his mom died, my grandma Daisy. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, my dad wants nothing to do with me. My mom died. His mom died. He had two sons that he was alienated from throughout his life, essentially. And I've had two daughters that have pretty much been alienated from my life. And I was like, huh, looks like we grew up with the same ending results. We're in the same basket. You want to talk? Nothing? Nothing. It just helped me realize that I was picking up the journey where he left off. He gave up on something, and he became okay with what was and just maintained that. Contentment's a good thing. I'm not saying anything negative against that, but there was a lack of drive, and I could see that. He, as far as I was ever aware, dude was a go getter. Dude was gonna go do what he was gonna do, make, create a company, make a job, whatever the case. For my part, I try to do the best thing I could in every situation that I could, and I can't hold other people's evils against them. But gosh, dog it, try to pull that shit on me again, it ain't gonna happen. That's for sure. I just won't be around for it. Life is truly what you make it, and those bad experiences in life, they got a lot of lessons to learn from. Those new experiences you've never had before, and something to learn from. Without the experience, we really can't know too much. Everything's just knowledge, just information, just a book. We haven't actually put it into who we are. We don't know how to deal with that on a daily basis. And that's helped me be able to identify other masters in life. They don't have to have no big nothing behind their name or anything. But when I find somebody who knows what they're talking about, when they've done their research, when they've lived something long enough, I know how to pay attention to certain things, certain elements that they're going to have, certain things they're going to say. Things will get technical in their speech. Can look into it myself, and that's exactly what I'm going to find. And they're probably going to be ahead of what you're going to find on that little device there as well sometimes. And those kind of people I really appreciate learning from. I really appreciate grabbing something from them in life. And those kind of people can be found in all sorts of ways. Nowadays, there's all types of TikToks and YouTubes and shorts and videos. People are out there, younger, older. There's a whole world out there to interact with. And a lot of times we are afraid to go out, and might be something going on in the environment, whatnot, water, fires, earthquakes, floods, whatever. So crazy stuff is going on. Make sure to take some pictures. Remember the year. It's just, isn't it? These years are something. I'll tell you what. I don't know. Something in me just says 2030. That'll be a that'll be a two thumbs up year. 2030 looks like a two thumbs up to me. It's a good clearing right there. That's funny to think of. I see the 2026, and I'm just like I'm not here. The shit's just not real. I don't know. I remember Y2K, man. We weren't gonna make it past the year 2000. So 2026. That's where we're at. 2026. I'm having a sight in my mind, and it's almost like waves of information. I mean, I've talked about this and seen this. I feel like, anyways, it's like waves of information. Like somebody speaks, and that wave of information flows, and each section it's in has a bit of a different embodiment. I mean, we truly are in the past, but we can communicate with what's happening in the future, which is actually what's happening right now. Did I lose you yet? I went traveling into the future and I got into the past. I never left the present. I stayed here the whole time, don't get me wrong. But my soul, the information it connected with, and perhaps that's why I have some prevailing optimistic sensation that I've carried throughout my life with me. Is that somehow, some way, things are going to get better. My mama said it all the time. She said it's gonna get worse before it ever gets better. That's just all the time. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. And then really, that kind of goes right in the saying with its darkest right before dawn. Same kind of thing, some kind of idea. For me, for what I've been through on an emotional level, on a physical, on a life level, that darkest day, it's really come and gone. Can a new dark day come? Hmm. I got a flashlight and a candle and oil and wicks and backup batteries and backup flashlight and backup bulbs and like shit. I got an extra thing over there too, man. Like, nope, nope. I got one I carry on me 24/7. Not gonna stay in the dark. That's for sure. That's for sure. I'm gonna keep my perception sharp, and I'm gonna know the first moment somebody tries to pull that off, tries to pull my perception off. Now, I do enjoy a good time. I do enjoy a good conversation about nothing at times. At times. Though that's not the meat of what I want. That's not what I want to entertain all day long or for a whole hour. That's not where I really want to go with my life. I want something to build and be created from it. So I can work and flow with things and adjust and be able to move forward. That's for sure. The tarot cards, if you don't have a tarot deck, or perhaps you know somebody that might be uh, connecting with the spirit, connecting with their shamanic self in a way or two that they may not understand. Go get them a tarot deck. Buy them a gift. Gift them a tarot deck. It's a real nice thing. Oh wow, that's funny. Ha, 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 ha. It'd be really expensive. Or maybe not if you find some good deals or whatever. Maybe some bulk supply. But I was like, yo, for Halloween, that'd be some funny shit. Instead of giving out candy, it's a fucking tarot deck. They gotta take a tarot or oracle deck. Boom, boom, instead of candy. Look, mommy, what I got. They got tarot decks for kids. They do. I sold one. We had one, I think. Somebody came in and they got it. Yep. It's pretty cool. There's so many things you can do with life, and the world has kept everything in a subject in one little bucket, one little box, one little bracket. It says you don't mix this with that. They don't go together. I don't know about you, but when I go to the store, when we go out to eat or something, and they have the soda machine, I get a little bit of each soda. I mix each one up, and whatever you want to call that. Everybody's got a different name for it or whatever, but you can mix things how you want. You could add it all together. You could add two things. You could do anything. You could pull it out of that category and add it to that category. I mean, heck, look at the awesome movie Nightmare Before Christmas. Yo, bro. Oh yeah, Karen. Take care, Pangy. Ha. Blood-stained cross. If you're still here, here's my email. We can chat if you really want to make that happen. Hey, it's legal, man. Legal in some places. God, they sell it in the store in the package. It's packaged. Shit's straight up legal. Chrome Chrominex. You want rain? You want me to bring rain in? All right. How many people want rain? I'd like to get an eye or me or something. If you want rain, tell me you want rain. I want to see how many people want rain. You want rain. I know how to bring the rain. I don't need to dance. Somebody in the world will dance. It's like, no, I'm guarding. Oh, Karen. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll look forward to that email. Oh, my necklaces? Actually, pretty quick. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll do a little room tour here in a moment. My necklaces are pretty simple, actually. The top ones stay on, and then this one right here, that's all one necklace. So I made that out of several necklaces, but one primary necklace, anyways. And so it has just two portions that go together. So that's easy enough, and these ones slide right on top, so it just takes a minute, under 60 seconds. Bracelets, I leave those on all the time, those don't come off. These these bracelets don't come off. That does this one, this this one right here. That one is like solid two layers as one bracelet. One is thick as a mug. And man, my hand hurt for days. I think a whole week afterwards. Like I tried to do it for months, but for months I couldn't get it on. And finally I was able to get that one on. But like this is a wooden bracelet. This is a solid wooden bracelet. I got that one on. But yeah, some of these bracelets, most of these bracelets, they don't even come off. Like they're on there. And these will come off at some point, but currently they're solid tied. They just stay on 24/7. So most of my dressing just takes moments. Shoot, I run up to the clock at 5 minutes to 5 minutes, whatever. And that's the thing about the journey is that on one's journey in the beginning, yeah, things are going to be complicated. Things are going to take a long time. I used to have a pair of boots that had like 17 buttons on each boot, and that was the only way to secure them. So it took me like freaking a while, like 10 minutes or something to strap up both boots. It took time. Like to get them on, it just maybe not that long, but it took time. And so I had different accessories that did take me longer and different processes which were longer. Once I started really living it, well, as I was living it, as I was learning it, I learned how to just fuck it. That's just why go through that action twice? And, well, it's there. Let me combine all that as one so I don't have a whole bunch of little pieces. And I think that's what I really adore and love and appreciate about ancient Egypt is the way that they combined things was just freaking ingenious. Just you put that and that and that together. Oh yes, winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's so much there, and well, as myself, that's what I look at. So that's what I try to live up to as much as I can. Yeah, Hawthorne Trading. Most of these have been necklaces or bracelets, one or the other, and I wound up turning them into something else. Some necklaces stayed necklaces, some switched up, but essentially, once I wear something long enough, the material that it was sold to me that kept it together was cheap and wasn't going to hold up in the long run, anyways. So, whenever I get something new as far as jewelry goes, I kind of plan on it breaking, and I know it's going to become part of something else or a new creation, a new addition, or whatever the case. And for me, that's a bit of alchemy um, in the process of without active talismans. What do I mean? Alchemy with active talismans. So um, I do it with something here that I'm not wearing. Maybe if I got it right here, I should have some. I got something right there. There, I got it right here. Okay, so I wear this one long enough, right? This one was recently around my neck as a necklace, and then one day, boom, it came undone, broke, whatever the case. Back here, yeah, broke, snapped, and so essentially, this particular set of beads and stones acquired a particular amount of energy and then said, okay, we're done. So now, whatever I decide to make this a part of, or wherever I decide to put these beads, it's a new talisman. And if I mix it with other energies, it'll create a new talisman on top of that. And that's from energies that I myself have been emitting, that I have been regularly around, exposed myself to. And that's a whole idea of a talisman is building energy within something and then allowing that something to bless you back when you need it. And we can do that with anything. We can do it with food when we cook food. We can do it with water. The saying love to water creates a wonderful structure versus saying bad words creates bad structures in it. The science, the research, all that stuff's there. It goes into us. It goes into clothing. It goes into everything. Um, anyways, the headpiece. I keep that on for the morning ceremonies, and usually if I'm going over a ceremony, those stones are going to be on my head. Depending on where I'm going, I might wear it, I might not, depending on the day, the energy, the place, all of that. But generally, I've got a little, uh, cap, little tight cap I put on, a little yarn one, whatnot, whatever the proper name for it is. But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty much myself. If I'm gonna go into a store, go somewhere, I'll put a vest on or something like that usually. But I learned that dressing up for something and just being who I am are like, I just know how to be who I am. And I like dressing up regardless. And that's something that I've really appreciated in my life is being able to dress how I want and not being stuck to a job, a place, or people who would restrict my ability to actually freely dress my body how I would like to at any moment of the day. And, I don't want to be offensive or anything like that, but on my own journey, shit, I'm going to do what I want to do, and I could care less who takes offense at it. And go on for whoever wants to. But I honor my freedom. I honor the rights that of what people have done in this world in the past so that I can actually do these things. And I feel like I felt for years like I want to wave a flag in there like freedom, liberation, love, goodness, happiness. And I'm not going to walk everywhere with this fucking flag. That's just, I like having my hands. Even if I'm walking every day and constantly carrying something, I'm going to find a way to hook that onto my hip, put it in my pouch, do something so that I don't have to have it in my hands. I want my hands to be free to do whatever I want to do in the moment. And so in my own journey, I found that my clothing is my freedom. My clothing is my childhood self being able to live freely every day, knowing that I'm not stuck in any one way or anybody else's way of thinking. I am happily within my way of thinking, and I live within that way of thinking, and I can observe others and see what's going on. And I see you have the choice, and you've worn what you wear, and that's what you're accustomed with, and that's what you're good with. Okay, I'm not telling you to dress like me. I'm not telling you to go on this journey, even. What I'm doing is I'm looking for those who've actually been on the journey, who have been experiencing these realities, who have been feeling these nudges within their soul. And then they see me, they hear me, we chat, and what's going on goes on. Maybe I read some tarot or oracle cards, whatever goes on, and then boom, they're like, they got the motivation to continue on their journey. Those are the people I care about. Those are the people whose words I desire to respond to. And I know I miss a lot of people's words in the chat because I wind up focusing on wherever that flow of energy is going, keeping something constantly and connected, all that good stuff. There's days, even before, like in between, I should say, of when I was reading the blessings in the morning, in the beginning. And after 5 hours of talking, I'm like, what did I talk about? I know there was this good spot and that good spot and this good thing. Whatever. I'm gonna play songs. I'm hungry. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move on. I'm moving on with my day. And somebody will send me a message or an email or whatever the case, and I'll see how boom, memories right back fresh with me, and I'm like, yep, da da da. I'm interacting fully, completely in the moment, and able to put all that together. So it's interesting that it's interesting how my mind. It's interesting to me how my mind works, and I've learned to be present. I've learned to be present where the goodness is. Because there's plenty to choose to fill oneself with. And in my past, man, I needed to let out that rage, and I needed to do this, and I needed to have that experience, and I needed to be married, and I needed that, and this, and that, and that, and this, and I got my experiences. And for me, I see people, and they might be in the middle of getting all their experiences. They ain't ready for all the lessons. And so their words don't connect at all with me, or they're offensive, or they're obtrusive towards me. That's okay. I understand. If I can understand something, I can exist with it. I can let it be. So when I don't understand something, that I'm aware secrets are being kept, lies are at bay, and ultimately a very negative manipulation is occurring. And so that's when that's when I know my environment is not conducive for me. And I stopped being the curious cat. I stopped wondering what people are up to or what's going on. I know you up to no good. That's why you hiding it. And I will say, to a big extent, there are those in the world, and they are up to a whole lot of good, and that's why they hide it. Because if people found out all the good they were up to, they'd be quick to demolish it. I didn't start out doing tarot or spirit work or anything like that online. I didn't start online. And the only reason why the spirit opened up this whole live online portion experience to happen, and I truly do believe it was spirit that lined that those synchronicity moments up for all of this to be what it is. But they did that because I had worked through I had developed the defenses, I had developed the ability to have a constant defense, and yet be able to receive and make connection with family and love and goodness and all of that. So I could literally be able to resonate to those energies of dark and light simultaneously, and yet be able to keep my focus in my direction without getting lost along the way. And how many people in the past have we seen get lost along the way? No matter the years, or no matter the case or the circumstance, one thing leads to another, and enough is enough, and their character, their standards, something breaks. And for myself, that break, that break happened. Oh my God. The break, the burn, the catastrophe, the whole kit and caboodle went down and out the window. Let's do it again. Let's get that one in and out the window too. Okay, now you know what you're doing. Let's try it again. You got your feet about you. You still got yourself. You're still good. All right, all right, all right. Try it one more time. Still standing. Motherfucker's pretty solid. All right, well, I think we can move forward. Something like that on my spiritual journey, which really opened up this window. Because for people who wind up doing it, there's a lot, especially on the online world, especially going into the public in this kind of an aspect or avenue. There's a lot of different types of people out there, and I'm telling you, man, magic is real. Spells are real. When people try to do that shit on you, it has an effect on you. And whether you know me or not, I'm not one to cast spells. I'm one to read ancient blessings from cultures all around the world, not spells, prayers, communication, words of power, connection with nature. Other people got to concoct these spells that put safeguards on things and limit this and stop that, and they got to do it just right and not miss a spot here, and if they mess up there, oh, it's going to come back on them. You want to know why they got to do all that prep stuff? Because they're doing something they shouldn't be doing, so they have to have this safeguard and this safeguard and this safeguard, because that energy is going to come back and fuck with them if they don't. That's why I do what I do, and with a heart of love, it flows. With a heart of goodness, it flows. There's no kickback, there's no bad to it. There's no negative side when all you're doing is working with love and just letting it flow. Because if you shouldn't be doing it, then you're not going to do it. Plain and simple. That's why I don't work with all them safeguards, blah, 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 all these little fucking impediment things, all these slow this, slow that, slow this. I got that fucking lesson out the way. I don't need that little step. I got that out the way. I don't need that. I have shit. Just get down to the reality of it and let me use my voice. Because your voice will resonate a current in this world. Depending on how strong your energy is or not, will depend on how far that current, that ripple of energy will go forth from you. In creating altars, I found this allowed that energy to go farther. That was the key. How can I make these blessings reach farther? I don't give a fuck if anybody's present. I don't care if anybody else hears. I am creating the energy. I'm resonating it within my lungs, my sound resonator, my living flesh, organic bio, my life. That's nature in action. And that energy goes out. And I found that the altar will help that go farther. Now, here is the progression I went through. At first, I had one altar. And on that altar, I wanted to represent the four elements. It's pretty big, right? Fire, candle, earth, dirt, water, air. Technically don't need anything, but I like to have something like an incense stick or something, something that can show the air moving and whatnot. And so I went from one altar to 5. I put one element in each corner of the room. I found an ancient Japanese technique and system, and I fucking was like, woo, okay, gotcha. Let's increase our broadcast strength. So I concentrated those energies there, and then at the center of my room, I created the 5th altar, and at each corner of that altar corresponded with the elements. So it brought it all together as one. That changed. I literally had an event where an individual came in to where I was doing this when I was at the metaphysical shop, and an individual came in. He had, unbeknownst to me, but he explained it later in the story, he had went to sleep, he had a dream, and afterwards he found the shop, came into the metaphysical shop. First time he ever been there, but he had just woken up from his dream from sleep, and he came over. He starts talking about a scene in his dream that he saw, and I literally walked over to one particular altar and I showed it to him. I pointed, not interrupting him, and him continuing to speak because it was describing exactly what he saw in his dream. He continues speaking about his dream, and I signal and gesture, gesture to follow me to the next area, to the next altar that we're walking to. And so as he's explaining, we're walking to the next altar, and I point to that one in the spot of what he just freaking got done describing of another scene of the dream. And at that point he said, shit, I was here. I had an experience before I went to the first Hindu temple that I ever went to. Before I knew it was there, I had an experience within my mind, And I saw there's this part during the ceremonies, and they turn out all the lights, and they usually do it at the main shrine, and they have all the candles going, or the lamps. So the lamps are moving. All you see is black, and all you see is these lamps moving around. It looks really awesome. All the ceremonies amazing when they do that. And it's because you got a lot of it, anyways. And I saw that within my mind, and I had literal communication with him, nothing external, within my mind come through at that time. When I went to the temple, within the first 2 or 3 times that I went, I saw this exact sight at the temple. Exactly what I saw in my mind was exactly what I saw at the temple. Literally, spot for spot, detail for detail. And I was like, holy shit, my soul traveled there. I was conscious, I was awake when I saw that shit and when I received it. I was not asleep, I was not dreaming, I was awake for that one. I remember it in totality. And so, jumping back to the person who was at the metaphysical shop who had the dream of it, that's when I freaking knew I found the formula of creating a energetical hotspot. And it's important to live one vibrational energy because as I had been doing that for years already without even trying before I got the little acronym there with I got that from somebody else. I made my own up for love. Anyways. And so like by living that one vibrational energy, by being me, then I was attracting healers, I was attracting kind people, loving people, good people. And that's who showed up. That's who I was finding. So for myself, it was important on that line of that reality, because if I had not done that, and I had been broadcasting out, I would have been sending out all sorts of negative energies, and I would have been getting that, and I would have been dealing with that. But that's not what happened. It was a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. It's pretty cool at that time that I noticed other shop owners started showing up, and I know they were shop owners because one of them literally said, "We own the other metaphysical shop down the way," or whatever the case. We had went before I started working there. Literally, their take home caboodle before anything, before take home, their total profit for the month, their total income of taken of revenue was between $500 and $1,000. That was max, and that $1,000 was at Christmas. So I came in, and within 3 months, we were making 2 grand a month, and it just kept going up and up and up and up. And so at this point, other shop owners started showing up and asking questions and stuff, and I was just myself and all nice and everything. And then I learned after the fact, I was like, oh, that's why they came. That's why they asked the questions they asked. They were snooping the fuck around. They were losing revenue because we increased in what we were doing. So people were coming to our shop rather than going to their shop. It's something that was right in their own backyard. We had people driving from a state or two down. They drove like 3 4 hours, 3 hours plus to get up to the shop. I know how to broadcast energy, shisha, and that's what you can do too. It's all about how you focus it, how you direct it, but what you send out is going to come back to you. And that's why it's important to stay in your heart, not to follow what other people want you to do, not to tell that lie. Hey, you asked me that question, I gave you an answer. You gonna treat me bad because of the answer I gave? You created the situation. You know what? All of these words, I'm going to keep them to myself because you ain't getting much of me ever again. I see how fucking diluted this is. And that's learning how to be a ghost. They ignored us long enough. They ignored all your love and your goodness before. They didn't want it and shoved it back in your face and everything. So pack up your bags, take your goodness, and ghost on. At least that's what I've done with my life. Not telling you what to do, just that's what I've done with my life. The trench face, the toroidal reality. Alright, let's. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Okay, so through meditation, dream state, through correct breathing and visualizations within our mind and all of this sort, okay, we experience the world, we collect all the data, and then when our life is completely over, when our physical life is completely over, then that information on that memory gets literally put into the stream of all information, and everybody is able to really start drinking from that and tapping into that information. It's shared with everything. The information's not lost in that toroidal viewing within the mind of reality. Okay, and what I've found is that in that near death experience where people have that particular experience, what's happening is all thoughts in the head are collapsing upon a single point. This is actually creating matter, and it's creating a future. Next incarnation, next reality, next whatever the fuck. It's creating the mind's reality for the next portion, the next life. I found that we don't have to wait till death for this to actually happen. That's what I've been doing. I found how to collect that information for each day, every single day, and then be able to toss that back into the stream of things so that everything can receive those updates as it will be beneficiary to them or whatever the case. And it has to do with a heart of love, non greediness. Greediness, money, attachment, these things, hey, my idea, my blessing, you can't have it. I need to keep it. But with the construct and the divine state of being, as in everything I have, I can share. I got plenty to share. Take all these ideas, you could use them, you could have them. I'll figure out something new tomorrow, and we'll figure out something new the next day, and on and on and on. Like, so by just being on the sharing mode of operating on the divine being, then like that information through the ceremonies gets updated into the whole world constantly, constantly, constantly. And then that's when, and it's interesting because people will literally be like, yo, the world feels like it's sped up. God dang, yeah, yes, because I started reading. I started reading and I started updating the darn world. I started putting all that shit back in all at once. I don't need to wait for that. Let's put it all right back in right now. Update, 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 update. And that's what all that information, all that activity, that's what's going on. That's what people feel. And it's funny because I've been in situations before, and I told them what I was doing, and then I told them, doesn't it feel like the world sped up? And they're like, how did you know? And they'd be like, and like I said, it started 2 months ago, and they're like, how'd you know? And I said, Because I told you, I started reading my ancient words 2 months ago. That's why. They're like, huh, believe it or not, I don't care. You'll experience it though. Hopefully your heart's in the correct place. Because as far as I'm aware, every person that ever used me, every person that ever took advantage of me, they did not have an ounce of consideration for my heart. So, in an act of love and blessings and goodness in my actions, I don't even think about their heart. I don't think about them. They taught me. They taught me how not to care about all the little stupid stuff. Instead of being offended by it, I learned from it. That was a part of my shadow work I did. Screw the reason of their projecting their own thoughts or whatever. Screw whatever positive as optimistic as I am. Some realities simply exist, and some people are just negative people. They got that with them. But they taught me something. I still learn from them. They got some good skills. I'm just going to use it too. That's all. That's why that opposition, if you turn them into a teacher for a little bit, it's going to get to a point where I ain't got nothing else to show you. And you put together what they showed you and what you know with your good heart, and you're going to move right on past that obstacle in life no matter what it is. I don't care if it's money or a person or anything else, you're going to move right past it because you learned that in and out. It's not going to be a stumbling block to you anymore. It's not going to be an error in the road. It's not going to make you frustrated. You're going to know it's there. You're going to walk around that shit in the future. It's going to try to get to you. But you know, you on your journey, on the move, in the flow, and they a rock stuck exactly where they stuck. No legs to move or go anywhere. They stuck. They can't move. Okay. So the farther I walk away from you, the less you have contact with me. Well, that's my mind. I could be right next to you, but I could be in a whole nother universe. Uh-huh. And my environment's still going to feel that good energy. Because that good energy going out, if you haven't heard about it, it's going to overcome lower vibrational energies. A higher vibration, it's just going out. It's rippling forth. Everything else, it's either going to be right along in that flow with you. Oh, that's the pickup speed we got. All right. Or they're going to try to stuck right where they are. And if you don't move when the world's going through what it's going through, shoot, it's going to send whatever it does to you, and that's the storm. That's the thing. And that's why I find animals pretty darn smart, man. For the most part, they're gonna get out of dodge when things are not looking, smelling, or seeming correct. It's a sad reality when some get stuck in those situations, though. Learn from our environment, learn from the positive, learn from the negative, learn from nature, learn from all of it. And you'll have more options in your bag than anybody knows how to contain you. They all want to control you. But once they learn that they cannot control you, then their choice is left to support you. when you're following divine law and order, when you are putting love in effect, when you're following that heart in your chest true and through, they're going to support you. There's no harm coming your way. We manifest our realities. We speak our realities into existence. And then the world manifests something for us to do, to learn from, to look at, to experience, to come together over something or another of that sort, that's for sure. But to be able to find that first purpose and move in tandem with it, that's been the name of the game for me. That's what's been able to keep me going at each moment, because I know that energy, I know that flow, it changes, it shifts. And like mentioned earlier, this energy in the world kind of flowing through, it is a bit demanding in its own presence, in its own right. And peace certainly does reside in those who can flow in the moment, who can shift, who can change, who can adapt. That's how you're going to have success beyond whoever's around you, because they're going to be relying on an old formula. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what they say. Oh shit! If you could do it faster, do it faster. If you no problems along the way, still great thing. Shit, knock it out. Go ahead and create something new and better. We need it. The whole world needs it. We all could use something new and better in our lives. That's a darn fact. One thing I think about, I saw this generator. This dude hooked up all these magnets to a wheel, and then he closes it together and he puts a little lock or latch on it or something, and then the magnets, they start rotating all on there. They're just going, just a bunch of magnets. And then he hooks up this thing to a generator or whatever the case, and then it starts this, and then he uses it for a pump or whatever the case, pump water or whatever the case. It's a generator. It's generating endless energy with magnets. It costs. You could probably buy the thing for, I don't know, package it and everything for $200 with a nice shiny package. Not too complicated. I put one of those in every single home. Power goes out, everybody's gonna be okay. Just plug that thing in, good to go. That simple. That freaking simple. Whoa. Some pretty cool stuff that people are aware of and capable of. In a way, it's time to rediscover that technological wheel of adaptability that we as humanity have. We don't have to be dependent on one source, one product, one thing, one this. We can shift, we can find other ways, we can make other products, we can find other materials, we can do other things. We are literally at a state where free energy is on the cusp of becoming a reality. Literally, we are on that cusp of that happening. Free energy across the world, not a single electric bill ever for anyone across the whole planet. The amount of things people could do, the amount of lights that could be turned on, the amount of goodness that could happen from that. My goodness. My goodness, that's for sure. But we really got to be in a state and a place for all of us where we're not going to misuse that energy and create something destructive and hurting of others, but something that's going to be building and good. And that comes from you manifesting our world, all of us doing it together in our own rights. But that energy, the more of us pop online energetically, the more the planet has the resources to really affect a change. And this is where I was really getting at a while ago, quite some time ago. Was that true magic is connection with nature. And a lot of things A lot of people would like to have that ability to have that influence on nature, but that truly belongs to Mother Earth herself. Those elements of how to take care of this world, she knows best how to take care of it. And that's why the energy I raise up, I send right back to the divines and her alike, so that she can use that energy to do what she knows best. Whatever that consciousness is aware of, she can work best for whatever that future is on this world. The very matter that we work on, that we walk on, is her body. I think she knows what's best for us. I think she remembers us being here for a good long time. And so really it's not what I think is best or what I know is best, but it's that energy that I know contributes to good. And that's what you can do. That's what you do and do in your life. I think I've got, I think it's indica or mixed. I don't know. What's up, nitrous oxide? Indica vibes, yeah. I have, I have, I don't think I have. I want to say I did, but not with the bear masks. I am definitely connected with the bear. That is, that's a fact right there. I find it very interesting because I have been able to find some things that are not commonplace as far as old shamans, old gurus, and so forth in the world. And I love, there's one in particular I was able to find their actual ceremony, which, like, you can't even find it written down, or anything, because of the country and everything. Like, essentially, like, they're killing everybody who ever did it or knows it. And I got a video recording of one of those ceremonies, which is pretty huge for me. Um, and when I do interact with other gurus and shamans and such, it's a friend. and what they're doing or what they're up to is so in line with what I'm up to and what I'm doing. It's we got enough to talk about for years. And I've been able to engage in a few conversations with them, some here, some there, at different places, and those have been some real blessing moments in my life, and being able to come together and learn some of these ways. Again, living one vibrational energy, knowing who you are, finding who you are, knowing who you are, and living that every day of your life, that vibration, not letting anybody else take you off of it or shift you, knowing, yeah, there's a problem going on. Okay, I'm going to work fast. I'm thinking, I'm concerned, I'm working with, but I got to maintain who I am, because if I lose who I am, then I'm nothing to help anybody. I'm not going to help anybody. I'll lose who I am. There's no foundation. And they've certainly kept you going. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Maitre's side. I'm up north, central northern U.S. Those fires happening in Canada. I'm like 100 miles from there. I've had some moments in working and doing what I do, and I've had some moments where people in the moment were legit healed from serious injury that they shouldn't have been able to do what they did, and they were astounded in the moment. They were more excited. I didn't know why they were excited. They had to explain what was happening to me afterwards, or in that moment, and everything. And that stone, number one, was a talisman. So that individual, that guru, he had been sending energy to that stone. He had worked on that for some time, transferring his own life force into that stone so it could resonate that energy. That's one major component. And then another major component was he was able to create the space in which that could take place. And you yourself were able to utilize that energy and heal yourself with it. We truly can transmutate energy at will, though in normal circumstances there's too much energy going on outside of us. There are too many things, call it multidimensional presence, that interfere with our ability to truly heal ourselves. Some are able to create that resonance for their own body, some are able to do it with stones or structures, increase the area. And that's what I found that I'm able to do myself, is to create the space. It's not that I'm healing anybody, but I'm creating the space in which it is conducive that they can actually do that. They can actually be free in their mind. They can actually be connected with source, and there's no outside interference. Not my energy. Not I'm outside the field. It's their energy that's working. It's what they're connected to. And truly, that's where I, through personal experiences and like the one you shared, personal experiences like the one you shared, and as such, that I truly believe that yeah, we are all magicians. We are time traveling magicians. We can heal ourselves. We're all healers. That's why we're able to heal other people. It's because we can heal ourselves. We do it in ways perhaps we don't take a major impediment out of our life. Sometimes we get used to something. We accept what our injury is. That's how we get along with life. We're good with that. Other people, we can fix things up, no problem. Boom, boom, boom. But it's not, again, it's not that we fixed it. It's that we created the space that was conducive for the person to transmute that energy, for that person to create that healing within themselves. Hey, Karen, you can go ahead and just stop deleting messages. If I get tired of somebody, I'll just permanently make it to where they can't ever say anything. I have to make another account to come on here, and I'll just block that one too. Um, yeah, but yeah, I love people's messages. Just be, I'm not tripping on that. Thank you. I do appreciate you, and others appreciate you as well. Um, One thing I've learned about my journey is like, in all reality, those kind of individuals, their spirit entangles with my spirit more than they're aware of. And it's nothing that I'm ceding back or nothing that I'm attaching to, nothing that I'm entangling with. But there is a connection and there is a flow of divine essence that I'm going to send their way because they need it, and it's gonna help them out. Other people, I just put up the block permanently. I'm just like, I'm done with that one. I'm never going to deal with it again. Hmm. It's like setting a limit of allowing somebody to take advantage for myself. I'm just being completely personal here, but like on the comments or in real life even, I'll have a set amount of patience, and that person, they could use that. It might be this much, it might be that much, it might be depending on the situation and person, but they're going to get a preset amount of patience from me. And there's some key things that will directly fucking null and void that patience altogether in a heartbeat. Don't get me wrong on that one. But then there's other areas where it's like, okay, they fill their shit up each and every day, and then all of a sudden, that's where the disconnect, that's where like the permanent disconnect kicks in. Like for people making ugly comments and stuff like that. Um, but I do got respect for somebody who will put in their comments, "I'm trolling." I got respect for that. Yeah. Well, at least I know. At least I know that that's who they are. That's what they're doing. Nothing new. I don't even have to take it personal because that's just what they do. They'd be doing it to somebody else if they were on their channel. It doesn't matter if they had a formula that just saved the world and they talked about getting the Nobel Peace Prize. The troll is the troll. They're not going to give praise. That would be foolish to think that they would praise or be positive. The troll has to get many cakes or some bunch of sweets and a bunch of hugs and then they don't feel so slimy and everything, and things change. I don't know. I got an idea though. I used to say I don't know, and I literally be thinking to myself, "You do know. Go ahead, think about it. You really know." I'm like, I just want to say I don't know. Can I just say I don't know? So now I'm like, I don't know, but I have a good idea. A lot of things I've found in the world are like a lot of people set up the T-ball, and just not even a real pitcher on the mound. Just they put the ball on the tee and baseball bat sitting right there, and everybody just sitting down. So, yeah, I'm gonna pick up the baseball bat. Yeah, nobody's saying not to. They see me. All right, man. Let's take a swing. The world I found has a lot of incomplete sayings, a lot of incomplete ideas, a lot of incomplete notions, and so in my life I've come in and I've filled in where I saw those blanks, where I noticed like, where's the other half? I got an opening but no ending. It's like I got the buns but no meat in the middle. What's going on? It's not often you're gonna meet a new type of person who thinks differently. Generally speaking, we talk, we associate with people who really, they've picked up a few things along the way, and that's what's given them an advantage in life. And every single one of us needs an advantage. Every single one of us needs to be able to have something in our pocket that's going to really do some good for us when the situation is really getting intense. And for me, intensity means my options are narrowing. And I've been very aware that it is people who wind up narrowing my options. Is if I want to do something, I doesn't matter if I have a car or not, I can walk there. It doesn't matter if I have it or the money or not. I can earn it. I can do it. If that's what I really, if that's the pinnacle of what I'm aiming at, then that's what I'm gonna do. For myself, I know my journey. I know what is familiar territory for my journey. And as far as people go, from rich to lawyer, from top to bottom, to nobody who doesn't mean nothing to nobody except themselves. I've seen how nice and I've seen how bad people can be. And ultimately, a good heart, it can exist anywhere. A good heart can be down at the bottom dumps. It could be in the middle chaos. It could be at the top rich. A good heart could be anywhere. But its environment will tend to change it. My heart's always been my heart. Who I am has always been with me. I'm not going to let go of that. It took me 4+ years to do memory exercises, not guided meditations, and memory exercises of 4 years to pull back all myself from the trauma. Because if you're not aware of it, you'll know now, and you can look it up. It's a scientific fact. Trauma erases memories. The trauma creates so much problems in the brain that it destroys, I might get the words technically wrong, but the nerve endings, the endings, and so the connections, they fucking go away. When the connection goes away, all the fucking memory's gone. I'd be growing up and I didn't realize what my mom was going through every day. But we go to the movies all the time, and 2, 3 months later, a movie come on TV, or 6 months, whatever the time it come on TV, HBO, whatever movie channel, and we'd be watching it, and my mom, she'd be reacting like she never seen it before. I said, Mom, you don't remember seeing this? We just saw it not that long ago. She don't remember none of it. It was because her life and what she was going through, what people were putting her through, was traumatizing. It was fracturing her memory at every step of her life. That's what they were doing. That's why they want you to be despondent with worries and problems and chaos, because then the brain suffers memory loss. Do that enough, there's not too much recovering coming back from that. Not a heart of love, not a heart of goodness. It gets broken, shattered. And so for myself, I recognized this reality. I started taking lion's mane mushroom powder. I found out that it regrows the cells in your body. Lion's mane, Lion, like a lion, roar. Lion's mane, like the mane of the lion. Lion's mane mushroom powder. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Literally regrows the cells, even your brain cells. So I worked on my memory exercises. I found out about lion's mane mushroom powder. I started taking that. I got the big bag. Let's make sure we have enough to last. I don't want to start taking it and run out in a month. I want to keep this coming in. And man, memories pop up. I cry about things I forgot all about. I forgot the memory ever even happened. Literally regrew this fucking nerve endings in my brain, and memories popping back. Oh my goodness. And after getting all of that back, completely of who I am, and putting all that solidness together, there ain't no good reason for being stressed, depressed, anything that could lead to trauma, anything that could lead to that kind of a state of being. I rather run from it, because I know the damage it's doing literally to my brain. And in that regard, that's why my peace, that's why that happiness is important and valuable. Understanding that when my tears flow, they're happy. There's a good reason behind all of that. I may not have those people in my life anymore, but I know their spirit's right with me, and we've been working together and communicating every single day. Nothing stopped. Nothing stopped. My mom, she spoke out to my heart, strong. I knew her body was gone. I knew that was done. Funeral, all that junk. But she didn't feel dead. She never felt gone to me. And that's what a heart of love will allow you to have a connection with, an actual contact with that other side of the veil, with the Divine Father, with the Divine Mother, with your own ancestor, with your own loved one that's passed on. For as long as pain, anger, hate, strife, these kind of negative emotions are superseding everything else, communication doesn't happen through those chaotic vibrations, not cross dimension, not to those souls, not to their hearts. Your happiness matters. It may not matter to somebody else. It matters to you. It matters to me. It matters to the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. That's what matters. Your happiness, your peace, non conflict, no issue going on with anybody else, but just peace throughout the days. able to be happy, able to get excited, able to, watch a movie or something or whatever and be who you are. Be happy. Be at peace. Be able to go to bed and have an easy, restful night's sleep. Be able to actually put your head down and to go to bed without laying there and twisting and turning and staying up for hours trying to go to bed. May that peace come over your life if it hasn't already. May you find that state of life, that state of being through your journeys through this chaotic world. Because in that state of being, you can create, you can do wonderful things. And that's where your life has a complement to everything in the world of existence. That's where everything matters. That's where we create the world together. There's no way this world gets created by one person. It'd be too dull. It wouldn't be entertaining. It'd be no fun, no diversity, no change. You got in Egypt, Samaria, Scandinavia, all sorts of different things to look at. And this gives options to life. This gives variety, and variety is definitely a good thing. But this journey, it's a personal journey. It's not for everybody. It's there's plenty of people that don't choose this journey, and that's okay. That's where I understand, where I know what I'm sharing is with people who are on the journey, and I don't have to worry about telling people, you need to do this, you need to do that, you have to do this, you have to do that. Fuck that. And just be friends. And just be friends. Fist bump, hug, hang out, be chill, drink some coffee. That's more my style. That's more my speed. That's what I enjoy the most out of life. Finding something rich, and that richness is somebody. It's not what they have physically to offer me. It's their heart, it's their mind, it's camaraderie, it's talking about things that we both love and how those things have a complement with each other. I was talking about it earlier, and it's pretty amazing that in me and him we're talking about two different subjects, but there's a relation. There's a relation, and then I watched this video. It's talking about all the spiritual stuff, but it actually mentions what he was talking about too. And I was like, whoa, that's so cool, man. That was so cool for those two elements to come together. It's like, what? And it's those types of alignments, man. Like, I know that when I'm talking with somebody, I'm likely to mention something completely different than what you said. However, it's definitely in relation, and what you said triggered in a positive way an idea in my mind, and that was a relation, and then that usually triggers an idea in their mind, positive trigger, positive relation, boom, positive idea, and then like that's the ball getting passed back and forth, and thus us talking about something that we've never talked about yet we've each known our whole lives. Like, to me, that's where the sauce is. That's where the real fun is. That's where the juice of everything is. That's what I enjoy. And so, as much as I can, for us coming together, that's what I do my utmost to bring forth. And so, anybody who's regularly watching or anything, I encourage you, come up with some good questions, topics, or anything. And once I get looking at the chat log or whatnot, hit me with a good question or something of the sort. I'll be happy to entertain that. If you've been watching, if you've not been watching, You already know that certain base level kind of questions or lower vibrational comments, I just move past those. Though I thank you very much for being here. Thanks for joining us, joining myself and everybody else that was watching, because we're all here together. It's a we thing here. And so much love, many blessings. I'll be live tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time as usual, -4 GMT if you're somewhere else in the world. If you're somewhere where there's some natural disasters going on or the environment being impacted, do take caution. I send you blessings and love. I hope the best for you, and may things recover sooner than later with great speed of extra goodness coming in. If something's been lost in your life, may it be replaced threefold. I like to say that because if I lose something, well, the next time I go buy it, I'm gonna get three of them. So I got one and two backup. Heck, I might use both of them at the same time and have one for backup. But you know what? I got enough for next time. No worries. So, much love, many blessings, and Donna Day Kawai until we see you next time.